May we please try to come forward? We look a bit bad the way we are. Yeah. So that we can start. Good morning, honorable members. Babunyati, ay, mawukhona siphelele. Kunjani ba? Siyaphila. He's the father figure in the committee. When things are tough, we go to him. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all the honorable members. Dr. Musai, we will say this until we accept. Thank you, and all the members who are here for being present. Let me take this opportunity to also welcome the support staff, not only for ensuring that we're here today, but for the good work that they always put together to ensure that our meetings are successful, but also to thank also the different cities that are here and local municipalities that are here. Herein we want to make a reference to the city of Johannesburg, the city of Ekurhuleni, Merafong, Mogale City, Rand West City, and Lesedi and Mfuleni. Earlier on I met the Tshwane, didn't I say it? Or Tshwane, just after the city of, you follow after the city of Johannesburg, the Tshwane. Tshwane, we want to thank you. You always are there. I met the MM of Mfuleni. I say in some evening when I'm going to bed, I always ask myself, is that gentleman sleeping or what's happening with him? And I say to him, in any way, no matter how difficult it is, somebody must do the work. So and many of you find yourselves in that unfortunate situation. I was also saying that to city manager of Tshwane, it's not nice to be you. But what can we do? Somebody must do the work. Some city managers are faced up with big problems. Month end, they go to their bank account, there's no money to pay workers. And they don't know what to do. all of those kind of things. Those are the real story of local government. And then let's then move to the issues of apologies. Chabu, who's doing them? Ntombi, apologies.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the department, municipalities, and colleagues. We've received the following written apologies. Member Msimang and Member Masuleng are attending to urgent party matters. Member Ngobeni and Member Maluka are not feeling well. Member Rasilingwane is having family responsibility, and Member Diyacher will join the committee later. Thank you.
Two others.
Thank you, Chair. The other ones are from HOD will request to leave the meeting around 12:30, and Executive Mayor Macheke will not be able to attend the meeting, but he's sending the chairperson of MPEC to represent him. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The City of Johannesburg indicated that they won't be here. Am I right? Did we render that?
Executive Mayor, yes.
But is this city here?
Yes, the city, yes, they are representatives from the city.
Oh, okay, because they had given me impression that they won't be able to attend because of they have this almost similar commitment with Scopa National, and we had to. Let's then move to the confirmation of agenda. Honorable members, the agenda will be as follows. We'll do the chairperson remarks, and we'll have presentation by CoGTA and municipalities on the topic identified. And thereafter we'll have the vote of thanks. The HOD, you will know how to navigate that part, and then we'll take it from there. That is the agenda of the meeting, honorable members. Anyone who's moving for the adoption?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Dr. Musai move for the adoption. Can we have anybody seconding?
I second, Chair.
The label is seconding. Thank you very much. We can then proceed. The committee is having a stakeholder engagement today with the Department of CoGTA and municipalities mentioned earlier on. And they will be presenting on the following topics as identified by committee, namely 1, infrastructure readiness for the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, urban renewal and revitalization of Johannesburg CBD, skills audit in local government and MPEC's role in addressing irregular expenditure, energy security and transformers allocation in Sebokeng. HOD in Sebokeng. We must not have stories, but how many of them are there? Particularly this year, we facing up the elections. Our work, when we raise elections, the context is simple. Mr. Mukufe, our context is we want people to continue having confidence on our public institutions. And how do they get that? If we implement the promises that we made to them. Lack of implementation of those commitments and promises that we made to them will create a situation whereby these people don't have any confidence or show any confidence to our public institutions and therefore do not participate on processes such as elections. So we're not saying a vote for so and so, but we're saying participate in a democratic process. That's very, very much important. That we should carry. So Gauteng metropolitan municipalities play a key role in ensuring infrastructure readiness by preparing and maintaining local water systems to receive and distribute water from the Lesotho Highland Water Project. This includes aligning municipal infrastructure with national plans, upgrading distribution networks, and coordinating with relevant authorities to support efficient and timely water supply. One of the things that we need to do, HOD, I had a long discussion with the MEC, Jacob Mamabolo. We've got to understand how the country is arranged. And therefore, what is the role of each and every municipality within the network or that ecosystem of how municipalities or how the country is arranged. For instance, Mfuleni is one of the strategic cities, if you like, on how this country is arranged, Dr. Musai. Because without Mfuleni, we're running a risk of not having water as the province and to an extent as a country. The big question is, are we treating Mfuleni accordingly? Or are we giving Mfuleni the support that it deserves, given its particular role? Because if Mfuleni gets into crisis, we must accept immediately Johannesburg will feel the heat, Tshwane will feel the heat, Kekurleni, everybody else here. If the Val River, or whatever you call it, get affected by sewage and so on, that impact goes as far as Hartbeesfontein is concerned. Therefore, the biggest thing is, so each and every city, what is their strategic contribution to how the country is arranged? Because if you go back into the history and the development of the governance architecture of this country, you will see that one of the things that was mastered in the past was the role of each and every city and how it should be supported, given how the country is arranged. So we're taking certain things for granted as such. So I'm hoping that going forward, those are the issues that we would, as part of cooperative governance, Mr. Nene will look at it and see how best we can bring them on board to ensure that we survive as such. So urban renewal and revitalization of the Johannesburg CBD are essential for boosting economic growth, improving safety and living conditions, and attracting investment. Question is why did we allow it to decay to that extent? But anyway, we are here. We are seeing some improvement from the city of Johannesburg. Let's hope that we sustain those improvements as such. So it enhances the use of existing infrastructure, support sustainable development, and strengthening the city's competitiveness and overall appeal. A skill audit in Gauteng municipalities is important for identifying capacity gaps, aligning employee competencies within the service delivery needs. It enables better planning, targeted training, and efficient resource allocation, ultimately improving municipal performance and service delivery to communities. My quick desktop research tells me that municipalities, we've overemployed in municipalities. I'm not sure whether it's because we are attempting to react from the high level of unemployment that is faced up by our communities, or what is the situation. But the manner in which municipalities are structured currently, it's just not sustainable. It will not take us into the future. And we're not stopping, we're continuing without having really looked at the kind of skills that we've got to attract, the kind of skills that we have, and those skills need to be retrained in order to ensure that the institutions survives and implement the intended objectives. Because there's no one way, which is recruitment and recruitment and recruitment. No. You can utilize the current skills levels that you have, retrain them and repurpose those skills in order to achieve certain of your objective as such. Particularly if you go to the districts and local municipalities, you will find this fact, that the manner in which they are arranged, it's a big problem. And that is why you will continue to adopt unfunded budget HOD. And now I can see it's crippling towards your metro municipalities, which is a worrying factor. The Municipal Public Accounts Committee, MPACs, should be playing a crucial role in addressing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in municipalities by ensuring that we strengthen accountability and oversight. They must review financial report, investigate instances of mismanagement, and recommend corrective action to councils. They strengthen financial governance, promotes transparency, and helps prevent the recurring of improper expenditure. The big question is, are we doing that? Are MPACs really living up to the expectation? Because if you look at many of these URFWEs, firstly, it's backlogs that are there in municipalities, historical challenges that have been there in municipalities. We have not even spoken about the current challenges. But what is their negative impact? The negative impact is that the ability of municipalities to attract investment is being affected by this fact. So we've got to do better. HOD, you know, at some point I would have suggested that why can't we have a week or two? Identify what are the challenges for each municipalities. Convene these MPACs in a central place and say, Tshwane, you'll sit there, you sit there. You will only leave this room when you've provided us tangible solutions on your challenges and problems. So that the allegations that we sometimes hear about them, that no, we do put together reports as MPACs, but our reports get stopped at the council meeting and so on because there are different interests there, we can be able to deal with it. Energy and security and the allocation of transformers in Sebokeng by Mfuleni municipalities are critical for ensuring stable and reliable electricity supply. Adequate transformer capacity helps prevent power outages, support local economic activities, and improve the quality of life for residents. The proper planning and maintenance also reduce systems overload and infrastructure failures, ensuring more consistent and efficient energy distribution. I think part of the problem is we're not saying to our people, this is your responsibility. We've sorted out load shedding. The reason you have these outages in municipalities and so on is because of the contribution by communities in terms of the overloadings that they do in our infrastructure, leading to an impression that we have not done anything insofar as load shedding is concerned. So we've got to move to a situation, honorable members, where we've got what I will call the electricity crisis committees, but the electricity crisis committees intended to ensure that citizens play their role insofar as this matter is concerned, to keep the lights going in our communities. Because it doesn't help us to change those transformers, but people continue to overload them. It doesn't really help you. But the other reality that we're not placing squarely in the doors of our people is the fact that they too have a responsibility to play to ensure proper governance. Whilst they are saying that we are corrupt and all of those things, but they too have a responsibility. They've got to pay for their services. And that message, we're not hearing it. We hearing ourselves accepting that there's backlogs, we are under pressure, and therefore, with the little resources we have, we are not able to address some of these challenges that our communities are concerned. But I think we've got to reach those stages. But to reach those stages, we must also make a proper assessment of ourselves. And hence I said part of the proper assessment of ourselves is that municipalities are just overloaded with many and many of people that are employed there that are not necessarily helping us to address or provide the skills levels and or experiences that we need in municipalities. But also to deal with the elephant in the house, the whole question of corruption. I read a lot of documents from municipalities, Dr. Musai, when they speak about strategies to ensure accountability and to do away with, to deal with corruption or something like that, the answer there would be what anti-corruption strategy being developed and put in place. I've not come to understood what is that thing. City manager of Tshwane, maybe one day you will take me out for a coffee and make me to understand that part, and you will see it's ticked. Almost like, I know, we're dealing with corruption, yeah, we're very serious. Is that what it should be? Or should that be our response as such? We leave it upon yourselves, and the MEC later on, the department to deal with it. I would now move to item 5. You're starting from the, okay. I told Jabu that one thing I'm not good at is the protocols, Dr. Musai. I'm not good at that. I just go to issues and that's it. So I'm told that we were supposed to declare this venue a legislature venue. Having said whatever I said, we'll carry it through this site, because I'm done now with my opening remarks. Thereafter, we'll have the HOD and your municipalities taking us through issues in whatever the format is. I am Ikumalo, chairperson of CoGTA Portfolio Committee, hereby declare that the Oppenheimer Conference Room in Gold Reef City as a precinct for Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules of Gauteng Legislature, version 5, revision 2, read together with section 2.1 and section 28 of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, number 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. In terms of the precinct, I will take that part as being read because it simply explains what the precinct is. I think the most important part is this one, and we're doing so that if there's any challenge in future or whatever, we know that we were doing the kind of work we're doing on behalf of the legislature. Honorable members, do you confirm this? Babunyati, right. Siyabonga. Thank you very much. Can we then proceed to the 5th item, if I'm not mistaken? HOD.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and all the honorable members, the colleagues here, city and municipal managers, and all the colleagues. Chairperson, thank you very much once again. Chair, we will start with the program as follows. We will allow the three metros to talk to us about the state of readiness for the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. We will then go into a presentation both from CoGTA will lead that part on the CBD revitalization, but we also note that the city of Joburg do have the presidential working group currently in the city, and the municipalities will talk about the MPEC's role, and then Mfuleni will have the discussion on skills audit and so forth. Chair, we thought as part of the energy security, whilst it is reflected for Sebokeng, we do have the information on Mfuleni, so we'll share that, but also talk a little bit about some of the other energy projects that we are running in the area. So, Chair, we can start like that, but let's allow the city manager of Tshwane and his team, and they can lead us on the first part.
Very good morning to the chairperson and to the honorable members. Johan Mettler, City Manager Tshwane. I'm accompanied by a team, but we're also led by our MMC for shared services, MMC Monama. She is representing the executive mayor. Our presentation will be flighted. And my colleague Sibusiso will lead us. Chair, if I can just abuse this, I have indicated to you that I also have an appointment with the public protector, but I will be leaving at around 12, just after 12 o'clock. No, the hot seat is mine, so that's why I am here. So, Chairperson, with your indulgence, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Sibusiso. He will just introduce himself and then continue, please.
The MMC, we just want you to greet us.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you so much for affording me the opportunity to greet everyone. And really, we appreciate the work that is being done by this committee. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'm going to change the sitting arrangement in future. Next time you join us here, so that we help you to hold them accountable. Thank you. We can proceed.
Okay, the mic is on. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. From City of Tshwane, we've prepared our presentation. As you can see, the contents of the meeting. My name is Busiso Sylvester Mabase, but I'm going to hand over to my colleagues Busiso Mabuza. Yeah, so as you can see the contents there, the background, we'll talk about our water infrastructure backlog, our water capacity challenges, our interventions to address the water capacity challenges, and our water infrastructure readiness for the Lesotho Highland Water Project, and then our key bulk water infrastructure upgrades that are planned, and our also assistance from rainwater using the 1% water demand management and conservation project that we're running at the City of Tshwane. Yeah, we are ready for the Lesotho Highlands. We've got projects that are underway, but my colleagues Busiso will indulge us on that one. Over to you, Mr. Mabuza.
No, thank you. All right, thank you, sir. Good day, everyone. My name is Sibusiso, as I was introduced. Sibusiso Mabuza, engineering consultant in the City of Tshwane. All right, as flighted there, you would see that is just an overview of how the level of service in our area, how we delivering water, and the population that which we are serving in the city of Tshwane. So basically, currently we are having measure of our distribution or supply from rainwater, and we also have our own sources and that system losses that which we are currently addressing, which it will be stated in the slides that which are following, which is sitting at 39%. You can go, all right. And the slide is showing different sources of which City of Tshwane is actually providing water or supplying water to its community, which is actually interlinked between different municipalities, which is it's something that is very important for our readiness in this Lesotho Highlands water project. You would see that we have our own sources in as much as we are receiving water from rainwater, which is the big chunk of it. But we are also having our own sources, which we are trying to ensure that the water security and also the supply, as it is very important to ensure that we alleviate the stress within the system. Thank you. All right. The important point is that the City of Tshwane, as a part of interconnected regional water system, some water supplied through the Tshwane network supports neighboring areas, which is very important for this kind of a project, meaning local constraint can have actually a wider regional consequence. When we discuss infrastructure readiness, we therefore include both internal municipal demand and across the borders. As you can see that we are also including the Tembisile-Hani municipality, the city of Joburg, the Madibeng municipality, and others. Thank you. This is just showing the split, and it tells us the city how it relies more on the rainwater, as explained earlier, which is sitting at about 79% of its water supply that is coming from rainwater. A high external dependency means that Tshwane must coordinate closely with rainwater and other stakeholders, but it also means the City of Tshwane must protect and optimize its local plants. The readiness strategy is therefore two-pronged to secure external argumentation and strengthen internal production and the demand management. Thank you. This is quite also, like I said earlier, a slide that is showing our water use license, but part of it that is contributing to us exceeding the license abstraction from rainwater, it's basically the non-revenue water, which we are currently having programs that which are dealing with this. Even where there is water in the system, we can see that abstraction can also be a challenge. This is why the phase 2 is important, but we must also match, it also must be matched by rainwater and the municipal downstream infrastructure readiness. Yeah, thank you. Okay, the City of Tshwane future is linked to the National Reconciliation Plan. Tshwane is the physical, Tshwane is physically in the crocodile or elephant catchment areas, but much of its potable supply is transferred from Vaal River system. Even when the IVRS dam levels are healthy, water scarcity remains structural. Therefore, the water conservation, demand management, and the reuse are not temporary measures. they are permanent planning requirement for the city of Tshwane. Thank you. This shows the scale of distribution challenges in the city of Tshwane in managing more than 10,000 kilometers of pipe, infrastructure such as reservoirs, water towers, bulk pipes. Yeah, so the readiness for Lesotho Highlands Water Project is not only about new raw water, it's also about whether this network can we can rely and distribute the water through the pressure zones, such as aging pipes, insufficient storage. Pump station has proven in the past that we might have water in the system, but pump station can also cause issues of why the resident will still experience interruption. So therefore, readiness of infrastructure is also important as much as the supply of the water. Thank you. This is okay. The project to be implementable, it must move through the planning chain, such as water service development plan and master plans, identify needs, and through the IDP to prioritize them, and the MTRF funds and the SDP measure to measure those deliverables. This is why the presentation links the engineering needs with the financial planning, water infrastructure readiness, and must be defensible under planning legislation, budget control, and service delivery performance management. So just to ensure that as a city we comply to the stated act in this slide. Thank you. All right. So the slide shows the water infrastructure backlog as a summary, and showing it in financial state. The backlog is large and cannot be solved in one financial year. The key message is prioritization. In this slide, that pipe replacement received the largest allocation because all pipes are directly linked to losses, burst, and pressure failure. Water treatment upgrade improves source capacity. Reservoirs and pump station provide balancing storage and hydraulic reliability. The city must therefore sequence project according to the risk, readiness, and the service delivery impact. And the budget, as stated there, it's sitting at about 13 billion for us to be able to address these backlogs. Thank you. The cost is, sorry, yes, it's the cost. Thank you, the capacity must be understood across the full system. A constraint can occur at the source, water treatment plant, bulk pipeline, reservoir, pump station, and reticulation level. The capacity challenge is driven by growth, development, pressure, and losses. Region 4 and 6 attract mainly development application, while Region 7 faces serious water source limitation. This is why bulk capacity is a development enabling issue. Without adequate source and storage capacity approved, spatial plans and mega development cannot be serviced sustainably. The city must also demonstrate that excess demand is being addressed through water conservation demand management, not only through request for more bulk allocation. Thank you. The city response combines new storage, optimization of its own water treatment plants, water conservation, demand management, and external funding. This balance is important because no single intervention is enough. So therefore, we are doing we're doing different programs to ensure that we are getting ourselves as a city to be ready for the Lesotho Islands. The city is acting on both sides of water balance. On the supply side, it is constructing reservoirs and optimizing local treatment plants. On the demand side, it is reducing losses through metering, pressure management, and valve replacement. On the funding side, it is engaging other stakeholders such as DBSA, Infrastructure South Africa, and BFI process. The strategic message is that Tshwane is not waiting passively for Lesotho Highland Water Project. It is preparing its own infrastructure to use future argumentation effectively. Thank you. Readiness means that Tshwane has identified the infrastructure that must be constructed, upgraded, or refurbished so that the additional regional water can become reliable on a local supply. This includes projects already under construction and projects in the 10-year plan as stated there. I would not read all of them. Some of them are commissioned. You would see there, there's a project name, the current budget that which is approved, and the project status of each and every project. Thank you. Readiness is already moving from planning to delivery. Some projects are commissioned or near completion, while others are in procurement. The committee should note that procurement stage projects still carry program risk. The city must manage the tender award, site handover, community risk, and other risks that which are involved. The 10-year budget plan is the bridge between the master planning and the implementation. It shows that the city understands the long-term funding requirement. However, we should acknowledge that the plan must be implemented according to the priority, as I've stated earlier. The strongest message that I just want to bring across is that the Tshwane needs predictable multi-year funding because the water treatment reservoir major pipelines cannot be implemented sustainably through a short period of time. So we are working on prioritizing all our projects to ensure that it's practical and implementable. Thank you. The major bulk infrastructure upgrade, Red Flare, Rodeplat, reservoirs, and related bulk systems. These are the assets that translate water resources planning into actual service delivery capacity. Red Flare is a strategic own source of assets. Upgrading it's not only about extra production, it provides redundancy when external supply is constrained. Region 7 cannot rely only on Bronkhornsspruit, forgive me, I can't pronounce that very nice. Because of the raw water source, it is already constrained. Therefore, the city must combine rainwater augmentation, Red Flare upgrading, and demand reduction to the source, Eastern Tshwane, and cross-boundary supply areas. The Red Flare upgrade has moved from beyond the concept into planning and business case development. The first phase is significant because it can be more than double practical design capacity from 40 megaliters to 90 megaliters. You can go on another slide. Sorry about that. Yeah. The next critical gate EIA, Environmental Impacts Assessment, funding approval, detailed design, procurement, and construction. The committee should understand that this is the medium-term capacity project, not an immediate operational fix. Yes, you can go on another slide. Okay. Roodeplaat is technically at an advanced stage, but currently the current production is far below the design capacity. This illustrates the difference between the nameplate capacity and the reliable capacity. Raw water quality, process performance, mechanical reliability, chemical dosing, sludge, which all the operational issues, the upgrade and optimizing are therefore essential to convert license and design the capacity into the dependable supply. Thank you. Roodeplaat expansion is a development enabling infrastructure. The master plan phase growth over time, but the earlier phases are now behind or at the current planning horizon. This means that a city cannot treat the expansion in distant future work. Consolidating the phases is technically a reasonable yield. Licensing, environment, and approval and funding to align everything. The recommendation to consolidate phases is driven by timing and development pressure. It can improve by avoiding the repeated mobilization and fragmented infrastructure. You can go to another slide. However, a 1.8 billion project requires a strong project preparation, which includes your feasibility, your EIA, your water user license, financial structuring, procurement strategy, construction phasing, and operational readiness. So consolidation should not only mean uncontrolled scope, but it should mean integrated planning with the phase delivery. So these are our planned projects as per our 10-year plan, and some of them just to show how ready we are for this project, Lesotho Island project. You would see that the first three projects are actually completed and at a different set of operation or stage, and the other ones are at the planning stage, which these are the reservoirs which will increase our storage to make ourselves ready to be able to receive water from rainwater or from the project, while we are also working on our networks to make them to be ready. Thank you. Okay. Readplay shows both the potential and vulnerability of own source system. The project improved production, but raw water contamination forced shutdown. This is critical governance points. Potable water security depends on upstream wastewater management, catchment protection, and inter-agency incident response. The plant can contribute significantly, but only if raw water quality is protected. Roodeplaat progress shows that the optimization can achieve major gains, moving close to the design capacity. However, drop to 15 megaliters per day due to raw water quality is a warning. Is a warning. I can't see where I'm at now. Okay. Okay. Yes. As part of our program, we are also focusing on region 1, which is replacement or repair of bulk meters. The assessment of site condition and sizing of meters has been concluded. Scoping and costing of all required work have been completed. And we are also in the planning stage. Replacement of isolation valves and air valves. The teams are currently planning for the assessment of the site and the scoping of the work at the different areas. The assessment at Roslyn and Acacia has been completed. Thank you. With that, I believe that I have just showcased that the City of Tshwane is working towards upgrading, getting itself ready through current infrastructure maintenance and also implementation of new projects to ensure that we are ready for Lesotho Highlands project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are, during the question session, I think it will become apparent to you that even in terms of our master plan, we are behind schedule. So our challenge is, you know, there we have said 2015 and 2025 and 2035 and 2040, I think it's it, is that because of resource constraints, that important part, dealing with the Rhoderplaat, is behind schedule. And we would work very closely with Rand Water in order to ensure that there is an alignment as far as that infrastructure is concerned, Chairperson. But thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah, but you steering the ship. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the MEC. MEC, one of the issues we raised in the legislature, and we meant it, is the initiative which you've implemented where you do the media briefing together with your municipalities and so on. It might appear as something a bit softer from any other person, but we want to tell you that it's, you know, I decided I'm not coming. I'm going to be a citizen of this province, stay home, watch it from wherever I was. I can tell the difference that will do to our communities. Because sometimes we are so informed that we think the next person understands what we're doing. So communicating these small little things together with those municipalities, MEC, keep on the good work. It makes a big change. So we want to welcome you them. I was saying to my colleagues there that, because somebody was looking at me almost like, is he seated properly there? I'm like, yeah, he's leading from the front, not in front. But it's us, yeah, you are fine there. You're leading your people from the front. Thank you very much. Can we then proceed to HOD?
Chair, thank you very much. Let's get the city of Ekurhuleni. I saw the HOD. I think they're sitting at the back, Chair. I don't know why do they sit at the back. They don't go to church. Can they come to the front? All the presenters.
Maybe we understand. Maybe we understand why. There's no commission today.
No. I'm in the middle, Chair, so I do separate my powers from them. So can they come to the front? Where is Joburg? Can Joburg also come to the front now?
We're not a commission, we're a standing committee.
Yeah, I won't tell you. I did say to one of the HODs of Ekurhuleni, they are keeping the SABC busy. I did tell them, Chair.
MEC, we decided we take all the presentation and the members of the standing committee will then engage all of them. And then you will come in at that point to clarify or close some of the matters. Thanks.
very good morning to yourselves, honorable members, Chair. My name is Lesego Senso, Acting City Manager. I am supported by the Acting Executive Mayor and the HOD Water and Sanitation. He will take us through the presentation. And HOD Thokozani.
So everybody's acting there. Ignore my comment. Let's proceed.
Thank you, MMC, Chairperson, MECs present, all protocol observed. The team, they're indicating that they don't have our presentation, though we did send it on time. I can assure that they're asking that I sit at the back so that I can flight it through you, Chair.
Wait, first of all, what was it? The presentation is not with us? Yeah, I saw something. City of Ekurhuleni. Can we be sure?
No, he was just explaining that the team said, through you, Chairperson, greetings to yourselves and the MEC, the HODs and MMCs in this meeting and officials of different municipalities. We should be here introduced properly. We are the champions of water in Gauteng as the city of Ekurhuleni, and the presentation will speak to that, so that municipalities in Gauteng should take a cue from this particular municipality, which is Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality. I thank you very much.
We will not forget that statement as the standing committee. We'll really not forget that statement. And thank you for attending with your team. It's highly appreciated. We don't take your attendance for granted, City Manager. We know you've got a lot of work to do, but the fact that you were able to be here with your team, we really do not take it for granted. It does help a lot. You can take us through the issues in whatever form.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation is now flighted. Thank you very much. Chairperson, we're going to be taking you through the current status of water and sanitation, state of readiness for the city of Ekurhuleni. And just to mention also that the state of readiness, Chairperson, was coined 10-point plan by MEC Mamabolo. So we just want to give him credit for his wisdom and guiding us. And when I present, you're going to see the importance. Some of the things we've touched through them. Chairperson, the vision for water and sanitation Ekurhuleni is a home of excellence for water and sanitation. As far back as 2016, we wanted to get an international accredited qualification to ensure that we improve in terms of quality control. So we've been awarded by South African Bureau Standard, ISO 9001 of 2015, of which is in line with our vision as the city of Ekurhuleni. And to put the cherry on top, Chair, this achievement, we all did it internally without consultants. So we'd like to say that we are ISO accredited, and also we are Blue Drop certified. As we present, you're gonna see that. Next slide. Chairperson, the water supply in Ekurhuleni, when we started in 2015, we've got the Palmit system supplying us, Mableton system, and Swartkopi system. As you can see in May, our system was very stable with 57.6%, the lowest in our reservoirs. But the capacity of our reservoirs, it was stable with us having 569 megaliters of water. We've added in our system an additional 126 megaliters from 2016. Our current storage is 988. So this strategy of ensuring water security has made us to be more stable. And for 26-27, we're gonna be also adding additional capacity. We'll be almost doubling our storage in terms of the water supply. And as I present further, you're gonna see the reason for that. Next slide. In the front, Chairperson, if we talk about the state of readiness, we are not ready to supply 24-hour water supply in areas of Tsakane, supplied by Zulu and Xhosa Reservoir to Duza, and also the residential areas of Etwatwa, partly Guatemala. Tembisa, we've just won because we've got Tembisa tower that we've installed. The areas are stable. Signal Hill, Bedford View is one of the serious issues where we do not have stability. Also later we're gonna talk to that, and also Palm Ridge, but we're gonna talk to the intervention. We're just putting the program statement that in terms of the Lesotho Highlands state of readiness, in these areas we're not ready. The next slide. Chairperson, you can't manage what you cannot see. As part of supporting state of readiness, we've installed SCADA system. All our reservoirs are at the view, we know exactly. And if we drop, then we get an alarm that tells us that there's a problem, then we attend to it. I think this is a strategy for state of readiness that is gonna ensure that when we receive water from the Lesotho Highland, we're able to take care of it. Next slide. If we do comparison, Chairperson, this slide most of the time is not correctly read. If you look at the red line, that is the original license from Rainwater. And as a city, we're sticking, though every year we're connecting new water users, we're nearly sticking to that red line original license. Our current license, based on additional abstraction of water from the Val River, is the green line. So we're operating far below our current license, adjusted license. Next slide. And the reason for that, Chairperson, you can see in 2015-16, our non-revenue water when it started in 2013 was more than 30.3%, but currently is sitting at about 31.4%, and because of the intervention that we've implemented. But this slide, the most important message that is communicating is that you have to start somewhere and progress. It's not just a quick win, it's a journey that you have to walk. And we are walking that journey. We're not happy even with the 30%. We are earmarking 25% and less. And you're gonna see the strategies later. So this slide, it indicates what I've talked to in terms of the areas that are painful areas. I would like to pass here, we're putting a status. I'll put more emphasis on interventions to save time. Next slide. Now we look at our infrastructure that is cost at 13.8 billion in different categories. You can read on that. Next slide. Chairperson, this is very, very important. We do conditional assessment according to GRAPE 17. So we know the condition of our infrastructure each and every year. You could see that reservoirs and towers where we've already invested nearly 2 billion, we're green. So the next step now to invest is in bulk pipeline distribution, PRVs, pump stations that we need to invest in. Next slide. And this tells us the infrastructure that need immediate attention to be ready, 1.8 billion that we need to resolve that infrastructure. And it tells us in the outer years where we should be investing. Next slide. This is very important. In terms of our reservoirs, 54% of our reservoirs, they can hold water more than 36 hours, meaning that for 36 hours, if the system is down, the community won't even gonna know. And 24% of our reservoirs, they can hold water more than 24 to 36 hours, and 22% they've got insufficient capacity. And we're gonna indicate, as I've said, that there's a number of reservoirs that we're gonna bring into life, and then they're gonna be reducing that 25%, 22%. Next slide. And here we emphasizing the issue of conditional assessment, and also looking at the critical and infrastructure that's in poor condition, and to start planning to address that infrastructure. Next slide. And the other interventions that we are doing is to do small section of pipe replacement and sweeping of our sewer lines using our maintenance levy. Basically, that one is to put a plaster to say that for infrastructure to continue to be operational, we bring small projects to keep it alive. Next slide. Next slide. Basically, one of the key areas is the renewal on the backlog, and also the investment in preventative maintenance, and also to ensure that the 25% of reservoirs that are less than 24 hours, we bring extra capacity. Next slide. Next one. Basically here, we indicate the most important thing that we want to communicate is the challenges in terms, though we got through our entity Erwat 5 green drops, but we've got serious overloading in our wastewater treatment works. We've got a 50-year master plan to address that. Next slide. Next one. Here we're saying that in terms of readiness for Lesotho Highland, now we are saying that we're looking at the sensitive schemes. We're looking at the Palm Ridge. To say that for Palm Ridge, we've built an additional 20 megaliter reservoir. We've put a pipeline, we all ready, but Rainwater cannot give us a connection till the Lesotho Highland. So in the areas of Palm Ridge, as far as the city of Ekurhuleni, we've got infrastructure ready. We're just waiting for Rainwater to give us a connection, then the area will be stable. Then coming to the area of Signal Hill, that is affecting Bedfordview badly. Just to mention, Chair, that Rainwater promised us that that problem was going to disappear in April 2026, but for some reason they've delayed in terms of connection. There's an 06 pipeline that they've constructed that is supposed to stabilize the areas of Bedfordview, but they've delayed that, they've pushed it further. It's just that they haven't communicated correctly to our principals the reasons for the delay. And as a city, we were expecting that though they've delayed, they were supposed to put mitigating measures to reduce the impact in the communities since they've communicated through our principals that the problem was solved. Then to go to the issues of Xhosa Zulu Reservoir, that area of Xhosa Zulu, in terms of the infrastructure, is stable, but water was taken for Masechaba development. So we've got Masechaba Reservoir in Tower and Pump Station that I'm going to show, and we've got an M11 rainwater pipeline that they're going to complete in December. Then we're going to do a bulk pipeline to resolve that. The big area of concern, Chairperson, is eTwatwa. eTwatwa also, I will show you the reservoir. Rainwater have been postponing the implementation of the R6 pipeline to stabilize the areas of eTwatwa. For us, it's a big, big concern. And as I present, you're going to see why is that an issue. Next slide. In terms of state of readiness to the quality of water, we've got our water is Blue Drop certified, and we've got a protocol to ensure that we maintain it even further. Next slide. We've got a drinking water monitoring risk management plan that is Sense 241 compliant, and as a city, we're ensuring that we focus on high-risk areas and we address them. Next slide. And here we indicating the areas we test the water tankering that is supplying water, the reservoirs and towers distribution points. We sample in residential taps, mobile tanks, and these are the number of sample points. Next slide. Next one also. And also, we've got a risk management protocol. In case public, they report polluted water or muddy water, we go and investigate and take samples to the lab, and we ensure that we adhere to the risk management protocol. Next slide. And here it just shows the complaint that we received and how we address them according to the categories. Next slide. Next one. And this one, it addresses the issues that are spoken to of Tsakane Duduza and the intervention of the Rainwater M11 pipeline that they're going to be completing by the end of December this year. Next slide. This one, next one. Next slide again. Next slide again. The other slide, we're narrating this picture to say that we've built an additional reservoir, we've built a tower, we've built a pump station. That pump station is going to ensure that Duduza, Tsakane, Masechaba areas are stable. So that infrastructure is ready. We're waiting for the Rainwater connection. Then from there, we're going to build a bulk line to supply this area. But we've got a short-term intervention. The short-term intervention to bring an engineering solution to interlink the system while we're waiting for the Rainwater connection and the bulk pipeline to activate this infrastructure after the completion of Peter Vessel. The next one. Next slide is what I've explained currently. Next one. I've mentioned the issue of Signal Hill, Bedford View, to say that Rainwater, they've delayed the connection that is there to stabilize the area, and that needs to be communicated properly. Next one. And here we're addressing the issue of Etwatwa that need an R6, Etwatwa, Davidson, areas that are stable, and Mayfield, to say that, next slide. Chairperson, for those areas, we've built a new tower, a new reservoir, a pump station, and a generator. So we're waiting for that rainwater pipeline. We've been waiting, Chairperson, with all honesty, from 2016. Mitiro ya Bulabula by Premier David Makura was addressing this matter. That infrastructure was not there. We've built a new pump station, this infrastructure, but rainwater is dragging its feet. Here we need an intervention. Next slide. Next one. Next one. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Chairperson, we used to have a lot of toitois. The other narrative in terms, it just interprets, it tells you about this infrastructure, so the picture is quicker. We need to have a lot of toitois closing off the road in Tembisa, Liliba area, and so on. We've built this infrastructure. That area now is stable, so it brings us closer to the state of readiness for 2028. So we're very proud to say that we've got some areas where we're winning, we've got solutions. Next one. And also, in all our new infrastructure, all the pump stations that I've shown you, we've got generators. In case there's a power failure, the generator automatically takes on. So that is very important for us, for sustainability of water, because our clients, the paying clients, are reducing. Those that are paying, we must keep them consistently connected so that we balance our social component and our commercial component so that we continue to reinvest in upgrading the water infrastructure. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. So, Chairperson, our challenges currently is the aging infrastructure, rapid urbanization, dependency on bulk supply from rainwater. That's why we built so much reservoirs, because we could see as far as 2016 that water scarcity is a challenge. We invested nearly 2 billion. We've commissioned 24 reservoirs. We've built 35. The others that has never been done in the Southern Hemisphere. That's why our network is stable, because we had foresight in terms of our water security. Power outages are the challenges. That's why we're installing reservoirs, vandalism infrastructure, budget constraint, and also low revenue collection and other internal dependency department. Next slide. While we've got these challenges, the President has introduced the trading reforms that are run through National Treasury. We see this as a solution to these challenges that we've presented, because they are ring-fencing the water and sanitation infrastructure to be invested. As a city of Ekurhuleni, the reason we could immediately understand the metro trading, as far as back as 2015-16, we had an infrastructure investment plan that said that we must, first year, we invest 1 billion, the outer years 2.5 billion to address the backlog that I've shown, the red areas. So this is a solution to the backlog that we've already predicted 10 years ago that we need to address. So the metro trading are the solution to that we also part of them as the city. Next slide. This indicates the metro trading single point of accountability to ensure that we reinvest in our asset. Next one. Next slide. Chairperson, when it comes to the 10-point plan, as was led by MEC Mamabolo, you could see that at first the 1600 is what our licenses, all the municipalities in Gauteng. That's why we've got IVR 1600. That's what we should be abstracting. But with the new license adjustment by the National Department of Water, we're abstracting from rainwater about 18,600, but you could see the future. That's why we need the Lesotho Highland. We'll be nearly putting 1 million megaliters to the system for the future development. So the 10-point plan by the MEC is not only saying, are we ready for Lesotho Highland, but it's saying, how do we prepare for the future? The next slide. So we look at this criteria for all the municipalities in the integrated Vaal River system in Gauteng. We look at their capacity, the condition of their infrastructure, the asset useful life. We look at the non-revenue water, the billing and metering, revenue collection, illegal connection, management and planning do they have future plans? The funding, we look, do they have the knowledge of their water and sanitation infrastructure? Next slide. Then we score them according to the barometer. Next slide. So if you look at the entire Gauteng, this one tells you the state of readiness to say that Ekurhuleni is sitting at 82%, Midvalet at 81, Joburg at 80, Etwan at 77, then Lesedi at 63, then and so on and so on. So though we're sitting at 82% as the city of Ekurhuleni, but we've got a lot of work that we need to do, as I've shown the areas that are not having water 24 hours, that we need to either Rand Water need to do something, or as a city and Rand Water, we need to do something to correct that. So, Chairperson, I will end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
The MEC just left the hand for you.
Yeah, we deserve it, Chair. I think the presentation speaks for itself. Thank you.
HOD? Thank you. I see why you made that claim at the beginning.
Can we display the presentation?
I'm sorry, can you just send us that presentation? Ekurhuleni.
Ekurhuleni,
Yeah.
Thokozani.
To reconcile what we have in. Sure, thank you.
While I'm waiting for the presentation to be flagged, I'm Logan Mansami. I'm from Joburg Water Operations. I work in the water demand management space. Chairperson, good morning. Esteemed colleagues, MEC, and officials, good morning. I'm going to take us through the readiness plan for the city of Joburg Water specifically. If I can have that presentation just displayed. Okay, we can just skip to these ones. These ones are the inner city. I'm not going to talk to the inner city. Can we just jump to slide 26? And then I will take it from there. Chair, you don't mind if I stand up? I prefer to stand up so people can see me as well. Slide 26. Okay, so they've rearranged it. Okay, let's go down. Somewhere in the middle, and I'll direct you. Yeah, it looks like they... just move the slide down, if you don't mind. Next, move. You'll get to a slide with a table. Down. Somewhere in the middle, around 15, 16 possibly. Yes, move. I'll tell you when you stop. Is that the end of it? So they did not include that. We did send it through, Chair. Is there any way I can project from my computer? It starts off with our water balance. It's part of this presentation. Who can assist me? Okay, there we go. So if we can just project from there. Apologies, Chair.
In my presentation, I've got something called Johannesburg Water Balance March 2026.
Let's put that. Let me just see that, Chair. Sorry. I'm not sure why it did not reach.
In that thing is what they were moving quickly. Yeah, is there.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, colleagues. So I'm going to take us through the presentation. I'll start off, and I'll be quite brief in terms of a high level. So what you see here is a table of our water balance. This is current as at March 2026. The one for April will be published shortly. But these are some of the important points that I want to direct you to. Our non-revenue water, we track every month. So for the month of March, you can see where the total non-revenue water is at 49.8%. And I will qualify that figure shortly. So non-revenue water is a sum total of your physical losses plus your commercial losses. Your physical losses being what we call real losses, where my cursor is, and 26.1%. And that is water lost through leaks and bursts, leaking and compromised infrastructure. The commercial losses mostly relating to our estimates, meter reading errors, etc., etc. Another point I want to touch on is this point here called unbilled authorized consumption at 12.6. Now, Chair and colleagues, these numbers here are not yet adjusted figures. This is raw data from our system. We adjust it once a year at the end of the financial year in terms of the accruals, because some of these are estimates. We need to wait for meter reading data to extrapolate from the system. But just to give some comfort, that 49.8 is obviously a high figure. That will reduce when we do the accruals or the adjustments. Some information, we ended the last financial year at 44.8%, Chair, in terms of non-revenue water. But I will talk to some of these pockets of information here that we, at a high level, need to be mindful of. We run one of the largest systems, if not in the country, in terms of the complexity and the pipelines and infrastructure as well as population. We have a mix of aging infrastructure as well as compromised infrastructure that's not necessarily aged, but that has been compromised through various theft, vandalism, illegal encroachments, etc., which I'll talk a little bit about shortly. We aim to reduce these numbers here. Obviously, our non-revenue water, we want to get to a space of about 35 in the next financial year or two. We want to be in a comfortable space as a benchmark and move down. In order to do that, we have to obviously have certain interventions. Some of the interventions, which I will talk to shortly, also overlaps our readiness plan in terms of receiving the additional volumes from the Lesotho Highlands. Now, in terms of real losses, I will talk to our flagship programs to reduce the backlog of infrastructure upgrades. I'll also talk about our reservoir repair programs, new reservoirs to be built, new pipelines to be added into our infrastructure. All of these are aiming to do two things: reduce our real losses or physical losses, and at the same time ensure that we are prepared to receive the extra volumes from the Lesotho Highlands project. That as far as capital infrastructure is concerned. There's a whole lot of operational interventions, which I will talk to. Next slide. So, like I mentioned, our approach is two-pronged. There's capital interventions, which talks to pipe replacements and construction of new reservoirs, the repairs to existing reservoirs that do leak. These are some of the capital projects. Our operational projects is our day-to-day operations, what we are doing as operations to reduce those physical losses, improve our metering, improve our revenue collection, and at the same time make sure that we operate our systems in a responsible manner. Now, these are some of the flagship projects. It's contained in what we call our water conservation, water demand management strategy. This was developed in 21-22 financial year. It ran for 5 years. This year is up for renewal. We have a draft that's ready to be published at the end of the financial year that will include a bit more projects that are relevant. Now, the question can be asked, if we have such a nice strategy, and I'll explain each project, why aren't we reducing those losses and non-revenue water at the rate at which it should be reduced? And the answer to that, and not making excuses, is resources. We have a backlog to the tune of 30 billion rand. Out of the 30 billion rand, about 40% of that, so roughly about 12.5 to 13 billion, colleagues, are infrastructure backlogs on water-related infrastructure. So you can imagine population increasing, we've got services that are increasing, infrastructure getting old. If you don't have the money to replace that, we now sit with the backlog. And that is where some of our shortcomings have been determined. Nonetheless, we've got a plan in place, and this talks to the plan. So in 2021, when we developed the strategy, and it's still relevant because these projects are in process, although some of them have been developed or made a realization too late, or let me just put it to you, later than we expected. But nonetheless, we're picking traction. So that strategy, we aim to reduce the annual demand by 37,123 megaliters, which is quite a bit. That's 100 megaliters per day. Now, if you think of 100 megaliters, an average municipal reservoir is 10 megaliters, 10 million liters. So by implementing successes in this space, we can drop consumption to the tune of about 10 municipal reservoir capacity, which is quite a bit. However, it requires coordination, it requires resourcing, and it requires time. One of the things we must be mindful to where we are at the moment as a city took many years of underfunding. It took many years of these challenges not being addressed. So in order to address that, even if we get the 30 billion rand tomorrow in our bank account, we are not able to turn the tide in a financial year. But we've got plans in place to do little at a time according to the priorities. So perhaps 5-year plan, 10-year plan, and then going ahead over the horizon. Nonetheless, our last financial year, our AADD, so AADD is a measure of your average daily consumption, was 1,698 megaliters per day. We should actually be roughly at 1,550 megaliters per day on the first target from Rand water apportionment, followed by the stretch target of 1,350 megaliters per day. So, Chair, you can see we're already off the mark. Although we're coming down year on year, it's not at the rate that it should be. These projects that I'm going to talk about is going to take us to where we need to be, in addition to our revised strategy, which will have additional projects. So just to at a high level talk to it, repairs to leaking reservoirs, because of underinvestment in repairing reservoirs, we've identified 42 reservoirs which we currently are in process of repairing or on a repair program. Of these, 20 have been prioritized, and you can see various stages. And some of these names you'll be familiar. It's in the media space when it comes into public knowledge of the challenges we have. So currently at Hurstchill 2, which is on the commander system, the reservoir repair is underway. Meadowlands, which is in Soweto, construction has already commenced in terms of refurbishing that reservoir. We intend to complete that by 30th October. Dunkeld and Aeroton, so Dunkeld is in Sandton, Aeroton is in the south of Joburg. We already commenced with the construction works. We aim to complete by end of this year on the Dunkeld and end of Feb next year on the Aeroton. These reservoirs, Chair and colleagues, are currently bypassed. They're undergoing major overhaul. So once we refurbish them, we can bring them back online. We have more storage and a reservoir that does not leak. Furthermore, Jabulani, this is in Soweto, quite a dilapidated structure, hasn't been maintained, hasn't been upgraded over the years, and hence we have it currently on bypass. We currently are doing some work there, aiming to complete in February. Ennerdale also, this is under the Deep South system, that's in the Orange Farm Ennerdale system. They've started that, a bit of works there. We aim to complete that by December 2026. Other reservoirs are in process. We've appointed contractors, and we intend to start in July for Alexander Park. That is one of the areas in the east of Joburg that are currently struggling as well. And Yeovil, which is in the eastern side of the Joburg CBD, quite a very, very large, densely populated area that it feeds. And then obviously at procurement stage, you can see, colleagues, we've got a whole string of reservoirs, Power Park in Soweto, to the northern reservoirs, that's in Edenvale, Moriel. Crown Gardens is where we've been having problems, one of our hotspot areas, Hurstchill 1, the Lenasia, Marlborough. So all of these are at various stages. So in a nutshell, we are going through a process of refurbishing these reservoirs. We've put some of them on bypass. Why do we refurbish? They leak. So in order to reduce the loss, we need to fix them. And that's what we're currently doing. And however, when you put them on bypass, we don't have reserve, so the system is at risk. So we're trying to accelerate that. Active leak detection, this is something we are doing operationally, whereas that first project on repairs of leaking reservoir is capital intervention. This bottom one is actually operating intervention. We've got dedicated teams. They physically walk the lines. and they report or identify leaking meters, valves, hydrants, burst pipes. They have set targets to do on a monthly basis, and you can see year to date. So from 1 July last year to end of May this year, the potential saving in reporting and repairing those leaks was quite high. You can see that 14,085,730 kiloliters. That's quite a bit of water being saved due to leaks. And these leaks are a combination of aging infrastructure and vandalism on our infrastructure as well. And I'll talk a little bit about that. In addition to that, we've employed smart technology. We've commissioned 225 noise loggers. These are sensitive electronic devices that are located on the pipes. They're mounted, and they listen for leaks. Any leak gives a frequency, and it picks that frequency up. It directs us to the leaks to repair. We've installed 225 with a further 175 to be commissioned by September. The order is out for that 175. They've placed, obviously there's a lead time for delivery and installation. So these leak detection is an ongoing project in order to identify leaks and fix them accordingly. It's better to fix leaks that you can see first rather than scratching underground and looking for leaks that you cannot see. It's much more efficient. Next slide. Advanced pressure management, we're investing heavily in this space here because we have a backlog of upgrading aging infrastructure, especially leaking pipelines, steel pipes, asbestos cement pipes. An interim solution is to drop the pressure on the line and manage those pressures. If you reduce pressure on a line, you feed less water into those leaks, and you improve the lifespan or expand the lifespan to an extent, so you can delay your infrastructure upgrades or pipe replacement. So you can see currently we've gone through an entire project contracting OEMs. OEMs are the agents for these pressure reducing valves. We've got quite a large number of PRVs, 718. We've refurbished about 75%, 538 thus far, using these contractors to get those PRVs working. And Chair, I must add, one of the reasons why they were not working in some cases, theft and vandalism. These have brass and copper fittings, and they disappear. Theft and vandalism is rife in the city. It's also aimed at water meters. They steal brass water meters. They even steal manhole covers, valve box covers, street light inspection boxes, all goes. So it is a big challenge for us in terms of theft and vandalism in the city of Johannesburg. And it's not unique to the town. It's all parts of the city that these occur, but mostly in the CBD, southern areas, outer-lying areas, very rife. That's one of the programs. We're also putting smart technology there, smart controllers. So we've got electronic gadgets that actually control these PRVs. So that means at the day, they will open a bit more to feed water. During the night, they close a bit more to save water. So we installed roughly 51 so far. We've gone through a project now. The order is out and installation has commenced for an additional 306. So with that 306 plus that 51, it would mean that after the end of September, when the project completes, 50% of our fleet of PRVs will have smart control operation. Another one is retrofitting and removal of wasteful devices. Chair, I must add, this is one of our challenges, is the prepayment space. You know, for the last financial year and a bit, we installed just under 42,000. STS is basically a prepayment meter. In the past, we had historically disadvantaged areas, like your Sowetos, Orange Farm, Alex in the north, etc., that were on a deemed consumption rate. That means a flat rate for consumption. But as we know, over the years, consumption has increased. It's not financially viable. We need to meter that. So we put in prepayment meters. The challenge we're having in the prepayment space, it's not profitable as a business, I can tell you that. The reason it's not profitable is not because of the technology. It's very good technology, and we have vending points that's accessible where people can buy credits and reload. The problem is this culture of non-payment of services. And you'll find in lots of those areas, our challenge is we install a meter. The moment you leave, the meter is vandalized or bypassed. So that is our challenge. So prepayment meter, we're having a real look at that. We're starting to lean on the fact that it is not suited for the areas that we've targeted. Perhaps we need to look into other areas and implement that. It's a fantastic system because you get your revenue before the usage of water. I think any business will smile to say, receive your money before any services are rendered. but it's not effective in that, so we have a struggle in that place. Can we just move on to that? Next one. Okay, then bylaw enforcement. We're investing quite a bit. You can see on a daily basis, our MMC and the teams are out in various areas, disconnecting illegal connections, bringing back the rule of law. It's a very tedious process, and it needs to be a joint operation between the bylaw enforcement as well as the prosecution side, to enforce those bylaws and consequence management. Nonetheless, we're investing quite a bit in terms of cutting off illegal connections and properties. Year to date, we've done roughly 6,378 properties on conventional meters that were disconnected and 428, so it's quite a bit. Hijack buildings, we've tackled for the financial year 387 hijack buildings that we cut off from the system, lots of wastage. And we've kept them disconnected in most cases. Another challenge that we face, but we're addressing, is illegally connected informal settlements, especially in the Deep South, which is your Orange Farm, Ennerdale, Lawley system. The informal settlements connect directly illegally to our bulk bins. It's such a bad practice that the reservoirs go empty. That's how bad it is. So we go through the tedious process, getting assistance from JMPD POPs as well as SAPS Right Squad to back us up and protect staff during these operations. We're investing quite a bit. And all of this talks to our readiness plan, all of these interventions to make sure that we drive down that consumption, drive down that physical loss, and get revenue collection in the space to upgrade infrastructure. Another project which we're doing is metering. You cannot control what you do not measure. And lots of our meters have been vandalized, or we haven't invested a lot, but we started to invest. Our reservoir meters through our in-house programs and contractors, we're about 80% compliant in terms of working meters, so we can do proper water balances. We're now focusing heavily on check meters, the RAN water check meters, because we've been relying a lot on the RAN water meters, which is not very efficient. So to bring back measurements and to create water balance, we're focusing a lot in terms of our readiness plan and operating our business efficiently. Can we move on to the next one? And we'll gain some momentum now. Standpipes in informal settlements, that is just to tempt people from not connecting illegally. That's an ongoing process, and metering of that. So we can skip that slide. Let's move to the next. Now, in terms of part of the readiness, capital interventions, another capital intervention, Chair and colleagues, is pipe replacements. It's pointless we're saying we're ready to receive the water when we don't have enough pipes to distribute the water to the end user. So this talks to our readiness plan. We've got a program in place you can see targeted for the next 3 financial years. It obviously expands much further, but just for this intents and purposes for this exercise, you can see our readiness talks to 26-27, 27-28, 28-29. Now, our asset management system prioritizes pipelines in terms of the remaining useful lifespan, especially old asbestos cement pipes and steel pipes. They leak a lot, they're compromised. This program focuses heavily on that. And you can see we're investing quite a bit, 178 kilometers that we're planning to do in the various regions, A to G, next financial year, 154 in 27-28 and 28-29, 42. Now, 42 is just an understatement. It'll be dependent on our funding availability. If funding is not made available, it's not possible to meet these deadlines. And I can attest to the current financial year, Chair, we plan to do 85 kilometers for this current financial year, which is ending now, end of June. We had to drop that target to 60 because of resource constraints, the funding, also issues with contracts, late payments to service providers, which we're trying to resolve, and a whole lot of other delays from the community side, especially when it comes to EPWP, etc., that has delayed some of the projects. We dropped that target to 60, but I can tell you we're currently at about 43 kilometers out of the 60. And given the fact that we less than a month to go to the end of the financial year, we do not meet target again. So it's a combination that we're trying to drive. And all of this talks to our backlog. If we don't, one thing I think we as a city have is we're excellent with plans. I think most municipalities. We got 101 plans, very, very good, well-oiled plans. The problem is the resourcing to make those plans a reality. And that's where we're trying to focus resources on to ring-fence the water business. Let's move on to the next one quickly. Chair, this just talks to our reservoir capacity. Like I said, it overlaps a bit with the other presentation I made in terms of the repairs. Now, just at a high level, our design standards indicate we need to have about 24 hours minimum of AADD for reservoirs and 4 hours for water towers. That means a typical reservoir should have not less than 24 hours of storage time, and a typical water tower not less than 4 hours for storage time. We've got about 98 reservoirs, 31 towers, 37 water pump stations, 38 sewage pump stations, and 6 bulk wastewater treatment works. So you can see it's quite a large, complex operation. We've got 11,973 sewer pipelines and just over 12,500 kilometers of water main, 718 zonal PRVs. So this is a very large, complex operation that we're running. We've got a combined storage. If you take all those reservoirs into consideration and tower, we got about 1943 megs with an AADD of 1726. So if you calculate that, we've got on paper 27 hours of storage, which is 3 hours above the required standard of 24 hours. But, Chair, in these water districts, there's some hotspot areas, and you will recognize them very easily because some of them are currently battling as well with the recovery of the systems after the maintenance work. It shows that there is a reservoir, but we need to build more infrastructure to get more capacity. Bryanston, very heavily, densely populated. Previously you had houses, stands were consolidated, now you have a hotel there, or you've got townhouses. So a stand that housed about 6 or 8 people, now you've got 10 times or 15 times that amount of people drawing water from the same system. Hurstchill, we know about the commando system, highly constrained. Forestchill, south of Joburg, highly constrained. That essentially feeds the Rosettenville, Roulach area, very densely populated. Backyard dwellings, people supplement their incomes through backyard dwellings. So you have multiple families staying on one stand. Erand, which is the water district in the Midrand area. You can see the waterfall, halfway gardens, Warner Valley. Huge, huge land developed for townhousing, flats, shopping centers, waterfall estates. And now you can imagine a small reservoir trying to feed that. So these are the hotspots that needs upgrade. President Park, where we're having a problem now, trying to recover that system. Ivory Park, Ebony Park, Kalfontein. Very densely populated townships. And that one reservoir cannot cope. So that requires upgrades and building of new reservoirs, etc. So, Chair, the point I'm trying to make there is, although on paper our design standards look good, there's certain hotspot areas that we are constructing reservoirs. And I'll explain that on the next slide quickly, and I'll come into a land. Next slide. So in terms of creating or filling that gap, Chair, to make sure that we are ready, these are the reservoirs in construction and procurement stage. So if you look at the top, there's 5 projects there that are currently in construction. The new Brixton Reservoir and Tower is more or less completed. There's just some fine work that we have on the snags list and some electromechanical equipment that needs to be commissioned there. So it's more or less completed. We've published that as well, the new Brixton Reservoir and Tower that's currently feeding. The Erand Tower, there's a tower there that's been constructed. It's 95% completed. With that tower commissioned, we're going to have a bit more storage into the Erand district. Limbro Park, that's in the east of Joburg on the outskirts of Sandton. That's a tower that's been constructed to back up that area. 5% construction. Carlswald, that's basically between Midrand and the eastern side of Sandton. 26% completed. That will be a massive reservoir in there. Woodmead Reservoir, also a big reservoir. It's almost there, ready to be constructed. We just need to sort out our contractual documentation. So you can see currently, immediately, there's 5 reservoirs being constructed, and that will be completed over the next 12 months. 2 projects at procurement stage, the Robertville Tower, that's an industrial area, and the Forestchill Tower, very densely populated south of Joburg. And 1 in the land acquisition stage. We're acquiring land to build another massive halfway house reservoir for the Midrand system, which is currently quite constrained. And then further north of Midrand, which is the Blue Hills, heading towards Tshwane, we're building a tower there, and the Linksfield Reservoir, which is in the east of Joburg. So this shows and illustrates our infrastructure upgrades as far as building reservoirs for extra storage in preparation. Can we move on to the next slide? Chair, I'm coming into land. This is just a high-level pie chart of our 10-year investment plan. Now, like I said, this is the plan. But the plan needs resourcing. If the plan doesn't need resourcing, whatever we plan here will not come to light. So it's important that we put our resources in the right place, and that's what we're trying to do to ring-fence the water business. But you can see we're focusing a lot on our bulk wastewater, We have 6 treatment plants. We don't just focus on water, we do sewer. And obviously, to protect the resource, we're investing quite a bit of chunk of work, money into that, 30% to be precise. You can see in terms of non-revenue water reduction, there's also a big slice, 12%, on the various projects that I illustrated. These are ongoing year-to-year projects. They don't stop, they continue. And then obviously upgrade and renewal of infrastructure, 33%. So we're focusing heavily in our planning to basically improve our system and to build in spare capacity to make sure that we are prepared not just for the short term to receive water from the Lesotho Highlands, but also in the medium to long term going forward. But everything that we do, Chair, is resource dependent. And that is where we need to focus a bit more. And Chair, that's all in terms of the Joburg water side. I'll pause there and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In terms of the arrangement, who's following? We will make our comments and take our question thereafter, honorable members. Welcome, Member Diakhar. I'm told yesterday you broke my record. I'm told yesterday you broke my record. I don't take a long, on a meeting you took short. No way. I'll evaluate that meeting and check. But thank you very much for that. The HODIC is not here. Who's next? Maybe he told you the arrangements. That was Johannesburg. Who's going to follow? Urban renewal. Oh, what was it? Yes. Can we do that? Of your bag again. That's why I've received MEC2 balanced presentation. They showed me all the success stories. Johannesburg, all the challenges. Tshwane, the mixture of those. Yeah, it's balanced, that's why we are happy. Yes. Johannesburg, who's taking us through? Is it you, ma'am? Thank you. The Rovi mic?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Honorable MEC, the HOD, City and Municipal Managers, GPL colleagues, as well as GPG colleagues, as well as city officials. My name is Mpoentle Halenyane, and I'm from the city of Johannesburg. I will be taking you through our presentation in terms of the inner city revitalization. As the chairperson indicated that the city manager and the chief operations officer are currently at Scopa and they could thus not honor the invite. Really, Chair, in terms of the inner city revitalization, I don't know, can you please project? The inner city revitalization is really informed by the inner city transformation roadmap. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. And I must state that the regeneration of the inner city is one of our mayoral priorities, and it's also something that the entities and departments are also focused in terms of ensuring that really we revitalize or transform the inner city. As if it's revitalized and transformed, we are able to attract and retain investment in the inner city. And the strategy is really to ensure that there's alignment between the city departments as well as entities. With the objective really being that the city of Johannesburg or the inner city continues to be a place of opportunity where people come here in search for better living condition or better opportunities for themselves and their families. And the strategy is really centered around 5 pillars, being a well-governed city, a safe and clean city, a sustainable city, a productive city, as well as an inclusive inner city. And working with the Presidential Johannesburg Working Group in terms of responding to the challenges that we are facing. They are also contributing meaningfully to the various pillars in terms of enhancing good governance, contributing to clean and safe, as well as ensuring that whatever we do is sustainable as a city. What the pillars really, what we really aim to do is to ensure that with the well-governed inner city is to ensure that the governance structures are not just there, but they're fully established and they're able to hold city departments as well as entities accountable. And it also acknowledges that we as local government, Chair, we cannot do it all on our own, that we need strategic partnerships to ensure that really we transform the inner city. And with clean and safe, it's to ensure that we continue with implementation of our bylaw or enforcing our bylaws to ensure that the town is clean and safe for our residents as well as those interacting with the inner city. What sustainable inner city really being to ensure that future generations are also able to benefit from the current resources that we have, and that is really through the promotion of environmental sustainability and ensuring that we don't just build infrastructure, but very important would be the issue of infrastructure maintenance. And I must indicate that I think it's something that we as government can concede to, that over time we have really not paid enough attention to the maintenance of our infrastructure, but there's really been a turn in the tide in terms of us noticing that we can't just build new infrastructure, but we also need to ensure that our infrastructure is adequately maintained. And with the productive inner city, I mean, it's where we bring the money into the city, how we retain business in the city. It's really the support that we offer to business, to entrepreneurs, and really, as local government, in line with our mandate being to create the necessary condition then for job creation. And lastly, ensuring that we create an inclusive inner city where everyone feel welcome, and we are then able to respond to issues of social cohesion. Now getting into the details with regards to how then does the city of Johannesburg ensure that we have a well-governed inner city. With regards to the inner city transformation, we report to our political principle through the inner city sub-mayoral, which is really a platform to ensure that city departments and entities are held accountable. We also have a key platform called the Inner City Partnership Forum. Here we bring our valued stakeholders around the table. They share their plans. We also share government's plans and see how then do we collaborate to ensure that we all work towards the one vision, which is really to create a place of opportunity and transform the inner city. Technically, we also have an inner city technical cluster where we have city departments and entities coming to report on the work that they do in terms of the transformation of the inner city. I think I have indicated that the issue of partnership really is at the heart, Chairperson, in terms of transformation of our inner city. A very key stakeholders that we've been working with is the city improvement districts. We have the BRAMSIT. The city improvement districts, those non-profit organization, Chair, they provide extra services. You'll find them if you go to BRAM. They have security guards roaming the streets. They are cleaning the pavements. They are just really ensuring that they enhance the services that local government provides. And they do that through the additional levy that businesses in the area provide. So it's really a key stakeholder in terms of ensuring that the inner city is transformed, and we are hoping to have more of those across the city. And another important stakeholder is CoGTA. We've been working very closely with them in terms of the CBD Friday or the G13. And every 2 weeks, we have a meeting, Chair, that is chaired by CoGTA in terms of just ensuring that we are ready for the Friday operation, and really we appreciate MEC and HOD, the support and their collaboration in terms of ensuring that we really contribute to the revitalization of the inner city. Another key stakeholder is Josie My Josie. They've been implementing improvements around various gateways. They've been working collaboratively with City Power in terms of the installation of solar lights. We also saw the main street event. They're also planning to assist the city through Joburg Water with regards to hydrants that are often broken, and contributing to solutions with regards to ECDs, because in the inner city, a lot of buildings are hijacked, and you'll find that children often do not really have a safe space to go to in terms of your ECD. So they're looking at finding solutions with our social development department to ensure that they are then able to respond to that category of our population, to ensure that they are then able to go to a safe space, as well as assisting with collaboratively with social development with homelessness. In terms of ensuring that we have a clean and safer inner city, the model that we are using, Chair, is a precinct-based approach where a certain area is demarcated and we are then able to go to that particular area in pursuit of ensuring that we improve the service delivery in that identified areas. We stimulate economic growth, as well as ensure that bylaw is enforced in that particular area. Whilst doing that, ensuring that all the key stakeholders in that particular precinct are also brought on board so that we can all work collaboratively together. The next slide just indicates the various precincts that the city has been working on in terms of implementing a precinct-based approach with regards to ensuring that issues of urban management are really addressed. I mean, if at one time we had an engagement with the South African Institute for Black Property Practitioners, and one thing that they mentioned was the fact that we always need to be conscious of the reality that you can't have an A-grade office space in an area that's not properly upkept. So the issue of urban management is really central in terms of ensuring we transform the inner city, because if our town is not clean, investors are likely to disinvest, and it will be quite difficult for us to retain investment. So the approach that we are using, we have teams going on the ground, they profile the ward, they indicate what needs to be resolved, we log those calls with the various departments and entities, and then the teams go on the ground and ensure that they are then able to respond to those issues. Next slide. The next slide just indicates the work that has been done in terms of the repairs. Next. And again, the issue of the SITs is highlighted as they are one of our key stakeholders in terms of ensuring that urban management issues are addressed in the defined SIT area. What we also did was have an engagement with academia, SALGA, CoGTA, and all our stakeholders in terms of sharing ideas as to how do we really respond to issues of urban management to ensure that really we are able to implement sustainable solutions. Next slide, it's just also pictures in terms of tree pruning, cleaning of the streets, street and fixing of potholes, as well as road marking. We can go to the next slide. And working collaboratively with the Presidential Johannesburg Working Group, we've been able to ensure, and working with our political leadership, that there's high impact service delivery, as well as ensuring that the city contributes to implementing of its bylaws. And I must state, Chair, that this is often a challenge, and it's something that the city is working on. To respond to that, we also have teams usually on the ground just to educate our residents, our investors, the workers, that it's very important that we dispose waste in a responsible manner, as well as ensuring that businesses also have business accounts for the waste, so that Pick It Up is then able to collect from the establishment and the waste is not left on the streets just after Pick It Up has cleaned. I think it's also something that we've been in constant communication with CoGTA in terms of trying to find solution to say, we've cleaned on Friday, we came back on Monday, it's like we have not cleaned, which really indicates that the issue of education is central in terms of ensuring that people dispose their waste responsibly. And there's been a lot of work with regards to ongoing revenue collection, and I must state, we see Tanya, Dima, and the humor that they always have, Chair. I think their efforts also needs to be acknowledged. So the City of Joburg has also, through its executive leadership, they've been ensuring that the revenue that's owed to the city, it's duly collected. And I think the media has also highlighted the work that the city did with regards to Small Street. So really the city has been on the ground to ensure that trading is done in a more responsible manner. And yes, we do acknowledge the role that informal trading plays in terms of contributing to solution, be it unemployment, be it the socio-economic issues, but I think we are clear that it needs to happen in a manner that's regulated, in a manner that does not put the pedestrian or the traders in danger with regards to them not trading in a trading demarcated area. And really ensuring that businesses comply and they have the necessary documents in terms of trading. And we also saw the mayor delivering, the executive mayor delivering his State of the City address in the inner city, really reinforcing the fact that the restoration of the inner city is really crucial to the city. We also hosted the mayoral CEO investors as well as partnership event where we saw a lot of businesses and partners coming on board and really contributing to the cleanups. And some of those investors are working closely with Josie My Josie in terms of ensuring then that sustainable solutions are found, such as APSA in terms of the contribution to the APSA precinct, and Standard Bank with the bins that will soon be rolled out around that precinct. So really in terms of clean and safe through our Pick It Up is to again ensure that the streets are cleaned, that we constantly or on a continuous basis ensure that our residents are educated in terms of how do we actually dispose of our waste and ensuring that we remove illegal dumping. Another issue that's really at the heart of safe and clean is the issues of bad buildings in the inner city. And the city has developed a bad building strategy, and we are hoping it will soon be approved. But really, Chair, at the heart of the bad building response is the legislative obligation that have been placed upon local government to say that you cannot remove people from a building if you do not have alternative accommodation. The courts have been very clear that in the instance that a person is likely to be rendered homeless, then the city has an obligation to provide alternative accommodation. So it's not that the city is slow or we are not responding to the issue. We are responding to the issue. It's just that we need to ensure that we don't put people out on the streets, that we have alternative accommodation where we can move them to. And the city is currently working on that to ensure that we can start with evacuation of some of our buildings, city-owned buildings, so that the residents or the occupiers of those buildings can then be moved to temporary emergency accommodation. And the city is also working in terms of ensuring that provision of alternative affordable accommodation is also prioritized. So we've appointed the JDS as our implementing agent to run with this process, and the service provider has started the work. We are hoping that by end of June, they'll submit a consent use application to the municipality so that we are then also authorized. Yes, we are the authority of first instance, but we also need to comply with our own bylaws and ensure that we have the land use rights to implement the project that we want to do. We can move to the next slide. It's just an indication in terms of where we are at. By June, we would be submitting the consent use application, and in November, we hope that we would have completed the units, and in December, moved people. Another key element that we have realized is the issue of affordable accommodation is very central. Next slide. In terms of responding to issues of bad buildings or generally human settlement in the inner city, because again, the city of Joburg being a place of opportunity, people come to the inner city in pursuit of better living condition, but you'll find that I have my own RDP in Shaleng deep in the northwest. So really, I just want to find an affordable accommodation while I work here. So really at the heart of this response is also the issue of affordable accommodation, and we have been working closely with the National Department of Human Settlement as well as Provincial Human Settlement in terms of looking at ways that government grants can be structured to really respond to affordable accommodation. Next slide. It's just the case that I referred to, the Blue Moonlight case, which made it clear that local government has a responsibility to provide alternative accommodation where there's a likelihood that people would be rendered homeless. And another interesting case has been the Change in Tide 1 chair, where the city was unable to provide alternative accommodation. And the court said, City of Johannesburg, because you have not provided alternative accommodation and an owner cannot be permanently disadvantaged from using his property, you then need to pay cost to Change in Tides, but the city is appealing that matter. So it just shows the burden, for lack of a better word, on local government in terms of responding to this issue, particularly given the fact that there is insufficient funding with regards to that. And with regards to sustainable inner city, I'm closing, Chair. It's just looking at our transport facility. The city is in the process of finalizing its procurement process to ensure that there's a managing agent for GT to ensure that it's finally operationalized. And also looking at ensuring that we contribute to the maintenance of our facility, particularly with Car Street, as well as Metro Mall. What the city has been working towards is to find alternative ranking for Jack Mensa, because it's our intention to evacuate or stop using the site, Chair, due to a report that has condemned the facility. We've been working closely with Transnet in terms of concluding a lease for a site that we would be utilizing. However, funding, unfortunately, remains a key challenge in terms of addressing this. And with the productive inner city, it's really what the city has been doing in terms of ensuring that we contribute meaningfully to the issues of informal trading. 1,532 informal trading permits have been printed, and working with our development planning unit, we have been in the process of drafting and hopefully get it approved by end of June, our informal trading plan. The informal trading plan is very critical, Chair, as it indicates where trading can happen and where trading cannot happen. And this will really contribute to ensuring that there's order in terms of trading in the inner city. And our opportunity centers are also there for the SMMEs to go and access internet, boardrooms, facility where they actually need to ensure that their business thrive. And with regards to the EPWP incentive grant, we were able to create 58 opportunities for the inner city while the rest was used elsewhere. What the productive inner city, I'll just summarize, Chair, is just the city's response in terms of ensuring that we are able to dispose of properties that we no longer need for basic municipal services, that is land that's underutilized and buildings that is derelict and the city does not have plans for. So we are working on disposing them onto the open market so that developers, investors can come on board and redevelop those space and really contributing to the transformation of the urban environment. Because if I have an A-grade office space and I have a bad building next to me, it's really going to be difficult for me to continue operating my business. So that's the summary of that. And with an inclusive inner city, is the city's response with regards to homelessness. And we have 7 interventions that we have been targeting for the current financial year. I will not go to each of the interventions, but it's shelter management as well as placement, ensuring that personal hygiene and nutrition interventions are done, as well as responding to the issues of substance abuse. We can go to the next slide. And the issue of homelessness has been elevated to our corporate scorecard to ensure that really social development or colleagues are held accountable to ensure that we really respond to the issues of homelessness. And I think, Chair, we can all agree when you go to our bridges, you'll find that there are people, some even start fires, which really compromise the integrity of the bridges. So it's quite a critical issue that the city needs to really work on. And I must also just highlight that social development has been a key partner in this. They came on board with funding, with the operationalization of CoGTA, which we were not able to do without their support. So really, we appreciate their support in terms of addressing the issues of homelessness. And we are looking at key issues such as having safe spaces or sleeping zone where they will also assist us with regards to responding to the issues of homelessness, just so that the homeless people have a safe place to sleep at. The next slide, just Region F, that's CoGTA that's recently opened through the support of provincial social development. The city was responsible for the maintenance of the facility. However, social development came on board with regards to ensuring that we are then able to accommodate the homeless people. The next slide is just an indication in terms of how the city has done with regards to responding to the 7 interventions, being shelter placement, outreach and community awareness, and reintegration of the homeless people into the community or with their family. I think that brings me to the end of the presentation, Chair, and I'd really like to leave you with these words, and it's from the National Development Plan, and it says, and I quote, "I have a space that I call my own. This place I share. This place I cherish with others. I maintain it with others. I'm not self-sufficient alone. We are self-sufficient in community," close quote. I think really the city working together with the residents, with various spheres of government, we can really contribute to ensuring that the inner city is transformed, but it really cannot be a task for one sphere or one person. We really need to work closely with everyone, particularly with the residents, in terms of ensuring that the issues of urban management are resolved. That brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much for the time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the energy. Gives hopes. You're really giving us hope. We'll sort it out. Maybe we'll have a state of the city in Rocky Street. Is it still there? We're now going to be moving to, or we engaging before we move to the MPEX. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take all the 3 honorable members, all the, is it 4? Yeah, of all the big cities. And then thereafter we'll then go to the issues of MPEX, and we're going to be finishing. My request will be those presentations that we're left with, go at high level, higher than this, and key issues, particularly from the MPEX and so on, so that we don't really take a whole lot of your time today. Thank you very much. Who's starting? Honorable members? Yeah, you'll come. So we'll take you and Dr. Musai. I see other members are not here. Where are they? Oh, okay. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Lucky for you, I came late because I had another engagement. So unfortunately, I can only really engage on Johannesburg Water and the Inner City Revitalization Program. Johannesburg Water reported non-revenue water losses of 49.8%, which is about half of all the water purchased and distributed that generates no income. What is the annual financial value of these losses, and by what date does Johannesburg Water envisage that they could reduce non-revenue water to below 40% with a measurable annual target? Then in terms of reservoir repairs, we talk about 42 leaking reservoirs that's been identified and 20 prioritized, while many of them are still at the procurement stage. Given that leaking reservoirs contribute significantly to water losses and the supply instability, what funding has been allocated to complete all the repairs on all 42 identified leaking reservoirs? And what is the expected completion date for the entire program rather than only the currently prioritized reservoirs? And then I will only do 3 questions here. There's still about 175 additional noise loggers that's required, 306 smart pressure controllers, while your top 30 bulk meter zones account for 80 to 90% of system input volume, correct? So what measurable reduction in water losses is expected from the installation of the additional noise loggers and smart pressure controllers, and what assurance can Johannesburg Water provide that the procurement and the installation will be completed by the stated deadlines, given the city's history of delays in infrastructure program? And here, I want to stop with Joburg Water, and I really want to appeal to the MEC that from a CoGTA perspective, it cannot be that every year Johannesburg Water only resolves or only give us 20 kilometers of new water pipes. And this is not because Joburg Water is failing, it is because the city is failing Johannesburg Water to provide them with the necessary resources. It cannot be that we tell the residents year after year we are going to fix and replace 140 kilometers of pipes, and by the end of the year we do 20 kilometers. Why? Because come mid-year review, financial review, the city realizes, oh, of course we had an unfunded budget, therefore we actually lied to the residents, and we're now going to spiral ourselves out of this mess. Meanwhile, it is Johannesburg Water in my community. Nobody really attacks the city. They want to attack Joburg Water and the MD and the engineers of the lack thereof. But the real problem here is the poor management. And I'm really sorry that Joburg Water is sitting here and not the city manager or the MMC or the mayor. They should be taking responsibility for false narratives that they give to us as residents, lies in fact. So we really need to address that, MEC. On the inner-city revitalization program, you know, I started my political career in Johannesburg as a councillor, and the first committee I sat on was under MMC Sol Cowan and the inner-city regeneration program. Inner-city was actually a mayoral priority. It had a dedicated MMC at the time. And back then, we were talking about better buildings programs. We were talking about, there was a program that the then Minister Trevor Manuel launched on how you can claim back tax benefits. I can't remember the acronym for it, but where any work that you did on the building, you could claim back tax revenue for business, etc., over 5 years or over 20 years if you build a complete new building. And every 5 years, over the last 25 years, I've heard another program being launched. another story. And in actual fact, we've seen precious little over the last, especially the last 15 years, in terms of inner city revitalization. So I must thank Mayor Masondo at the time, because under him something did happen with the inner city revitalization, and since then it's fallen flat. But the presentation refers extensively to cleanup operations, bylaw enforcement, precinct management, stakeholder engagement, etc., but provides very little evidence of measurable outcomes. Now, here's the thing. You can do, every week you can do a cleanup program, but unless it's sustainable, what's the point? Because we just go, if you just do a cleanup, then all you become is an extension of Pick It Up, which is really, I think there's better ways for us to manage it. I think we need to seriously reconsider the way we deal with cleanup operations, etc. And here, JMPD must come to the party and actually enforce the bylaws across the city, and especially around our rubbish dumps. Yeah, bad buildings, I touched on it. The city acknowledges that alternative accommodation remains a key obstacle to address bad buildings. But what we need to know is how many bad or hijacked buildings has the city identified in the inner city to date? How many have actually been released, redeveloped, or secured to date? And what is the city's realistic timeline for dealing with the remaining buildings, given the limited availability of temporary and emergency accommodation? And my last question will be funding and infrastructure delivery. Several major projects, transport and regeneration projects are highlighted, yet funding allocation appear substantially below the required budget. And I'm not going to go into the actual figures, but what is the city's funding strategy to close the substantial gap between required and allocated budget for inner city revitalization projects, and which of these projects are at risk of delay or cancellation if additional funding is not secured during the current medium-term revenue and expenditure framework? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Diakhar. Can I give it to Member Dilebo?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I would also like to appreciate the presentations by the three metros in terms of their state of readiness for the Lesotho Highland Water Project. I would also have to say I admire the confidence of the acting mayor of Ekurhuleni to say they are the real champions of water. I appreciate the confidence. Chair, I only have a comment and a question to Tshwane. In your...
And they must know that you're coming from there.
Ah, they know. They know. In your master plan, I don't see the Rooiwal wastewater treatment as part of your master plan. And we all know that people of Hammanskraal have been immensely affected by the contaminated water. That also claimed lives of community members during the cholera outbreak. It is a known fact that there's currently work that is carried out at the Rooiwal water treatment plant. But I would have expected you to include it in your master plan, so to take the people of Hammanskraal in confidence that this issue is part of your master plan. Because there's continuous water interruptions currently. So I would have thought you'd have included it in your presentation. Then the second question, I just want to know, how are you going to deal with the issue of unregistered boreholes, which are currently impacting negatively, causing sinkholes, and obviously, if they cause sinkholes, they damage the underground pipes, whereas you have a backlog in replacing those pipes. So I just want to know how you're going to deal with that issue, because it's not included as well in your master plan. So I think it's a real challenge. So I just want to know how you're going to deal with that issue. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Dilebo. Can I take Dr. Musai? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to take a different direction, and maybe just to thank all the three metros on their presentation. I think they've given us a clear picture on the water infrastructure and readiness and some of the future, water security, but also they were also clear on their challenges. So I want to really thank them for that. But I think as a committee, having received the information from Tshwane, we acknowledge that you do have challenges, obviously, and you've also made some investments, in the water treatment infrastructures, on the reservoirs, on the pipelines. But I think we remain concerned about the aging infrastructure. We must remain concerned about the water losses and the infrastructure backlogs. So it is upon the city to ensure that they must accelerate the infrastructure renewal programs. We really would want them to continue to that, doing that. We must monitor the progress, Chair, so that to ensure that the communities do get services, water services. Moving on to the city of Ekurhuleni, let me commend you for the investment that you've made, really, with the reservoirs, with the water towers that you've shown us, the pump stations, and the storage infrastructure. And I think we've heard your concern about the stakeholders that you're working with. The department really needs to invest its time in making sure that they coordinate the meetings and engagements with the water boards, so that then you accelerate the work that you are doing. So I want to encourage you, strengthen your coordination with the key stakeholders. The department MEC, let's make sure that is done, because we must accelerate those outstanding bulk water projects in Ekurhuleni. I want to also move to the city of Johannesburg. They gave us a comprehensive presentation also on water infrastructure readiness. We also acknowledge the significant interventions that are being implemented, but as a committee, we're going to remain concerned about the high levels of non-revenue water aging infrastructure, the theft and vandalism, illegal connections. So there must be a plan that must be implemented by the city on how it's going to ensure that it comes out of that. I mean, there's growing pressure on the water network that must be focused on. So we welcome your plans as the city to expand the storage capacity as well, that you're constructing the new reservoir. That is also commendable. Chair, I want to move to the department. It tells us that, cutting across all the cities, there are common and unique challenges as well. Now, the department need to look into those issues, especially in coordinating the intervention, as I have said. CoGTA must monitor the readiness of municipal infrastructure. They must ensure that the future water augmentation projects do take place, and including the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. That needs to be delivered, and it must go to their intended beneficiaries. Chair, when we move on to the presentation that we've received, I think on the inner city revitalization program as well, let's welcome the city's vision, Chair. They've given us the vision, but what we need is a safe, inclusive, productive, sustainable, and well-governed city. We must make sure that the city is therefore safe for our citizens. It must be, a place of opportunities, so they need to restore that economic growth in the city, in the inner city. So the quality of life of residents really needs to improve. So I'm really requesting that we've received that the officials and the cities in the cities are doing a lot of work. I don't want us to come, as if now we are going all for them and there's everything wrong. There are certain areas where there must be improvement, and that's what we need to focus on, and request that the department holds them, by the hand and make sure that as a committee we do our own oversight. Thanks, Chair. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musai. Honorable Member Mokhobe.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair. Let me thank, of course, officials from the 3 metros for the presentations. I think, Chair, just before I start, I will also take a different approach. Maybe just speaks to solutions or possible solutions that I would want the cities to focus on. I think that they've identified challenges very well. And then to lament on those challenges would be repeating ourselves. I think they understand what is the problem. And in making this point and joining honorable members from commending of course, the city of Ekurhuleni, and the fact that the acting mayor and the MMC is here giving political will and confidence to the team. Political will is important because it enables an environment for the team to thrive. And that's what we must commend, that all those who are political heads in other cities, they must give confidence to these officials that are working on this particular important a process of ensuring that our people have got water. This is the right of the people, and of course, if we are not doing well in this particular aspect, we are infringing on the rights of the people, and I think that must be the understanding. Just to commend you, Acting Mayor, for that particular process. I think the common issues, Chair, it's aging infrastructure. And I think that we should establish a process where 10 years or 20 years from now are not found wanting in terms of aging infrastructure. We must be proactive enough to ensure that we find systems in place, replace the aging infrastructure or build new infrastructure. And I think one of the officials here said that, I think from CoGTA, we have a plan, but this plan will need to be funded. But of course, goes back to the point that I'm saying, if there's political will and of course there's energy and vigor by officials to resolve these particular issues, money will be found because people need to drink water. I don't think there's anyone who will not make sure that we enable the environment. We don't enable the environment to find water. I don't hear municipalities speaking about improving in terms of harvesting rainwater, and of course some of the municipalities spoke about water storage, and of course we must commend Ekurhuleni again for putting in generators in some of these pump stations while we're dealing with the electricity crisis, and I think that particular process is commendable, and I think we should duplicate that to other municipalities. And then the other process that I want to speak to is the level on how we protect our rivers and wetlands, because groundwater pollution creates problems as well. I mean, if you go to Tshwane, Henop's River, it's very dirty. And it's amongst the biggest rivers that we have there. That's the river where you even find people who are killed are thrown to that particular river. But how we preserve and provide security to these rivers would be very much important. The other part that we're dealing with, because we're dealing with a water crisis, I think that municipalities will have to do more awareness campaigns so that our people are educated, because as much as we build infrastructure, condemn vandalism and so on, let's take our people on board and educate them that how important to preserve and take care of the infrastructure that municipalities are building. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying I agree with the honorable members. They approached in terms of specifically engaging on certain questions emanating from the presentations themselves, but also attempting to provide some solutions on the issues that we're going to be engaging on, because when we agreed on these particular topics, one of the issues we're trying to reconcile with is the initiatives as represented by the Lesotho water initiative, and also how far our municipalities are ready to can receive, because it's not going to be helping us that we have some strategic initiatives, but there is no plans on the ground. And as I said, to that extent, I'm happy that municipalities are saying to us, we've got plans, we can receive this initiative. However, the following other challenges, which challenges some of the honorable members here have captured them very well. Now, what we need to do, Sizwe and the team, is develop something that I call a monitoring metrics on those projects that have been spoken to, and also those issues that have been spoken to, and how do we work together with the department to monitor those. For example, honorable members made reference to aging infrastructure. We've got to put our eye there so that we don't leave matters until to the last minute and then we all jump. We shouldn't be doing that. As you were talking, I was like, when we say Johannesburg, for instance, we've got plans, but there's no resources, I was like, so what do you want to do? You want to transfer your problem to the next generation? Because then we hear something like 50 years master plan in between. So in 50 years, none of us will be here. So what are we trying to do? Transfer. I think what I'm happy of is that there was that linkages between the current project that people are running and linking it with the 50-year plans or whatever the vision is. To that extent, the MEC, we can see that there is work that is happening. Honorable Dr. Musai, I think I want to agree with you there. Lots of energy from Johannesburg inner city, highly appreciated by a young person. And maybe if you're not young, you'll tell me. And I'll get a lot of mystery. It's just, yeah, but lots of energy there, but also agreeing with some of the comment and concerns from members that we can easily be taken by a vision and think people are going somewhere to find that today. So as we are planning, I'm thinking, where's Rocky Street here? Where's Yeoville here? Where's Small Street here? In other words, the issues that Member Musai and Member Diakhere would have spoken to, the actual plans that are indicating that we are changing this thing. I took a drive to Yeoville the other time. I must say, MEC, it was a bit foreign. It was not the Yeoville I know. I'm like, am I lost here? What's happening? I had to verify the street name and all of those kind of things. That's the point, that we want to, when we go there, we can relate with these developments as such. I think that's the point, that without saying we are not doing anything, we can see you doing something. We've spoken about this issue of integrating our initiatives and working together so that we avoid some of the issues that we've spoken to. For instance, this issue of alternative accommodation versus the actual work that we want to do in these hijack buildings or whatever that you're making reference. Because I was doing political work, so you switch off your people correctly, so people come switch off. But you go there, you find human beings there. There's no water. The level of hygiene, it's a problem. There are children and so on, MEC. So you get there, and these people will show you that, fine, you switch off water, but it will stay. And how not toilet it is. You can see all of these things in front of you. At least I come from a township called Mohlaking. The last time I saw it, it was clean, MEC. I'm not sure now. And then you get in such a place, you feel like, oh, you're sick immediately. What is the point there? The point is that integration is needed so that we must not leave people in those conditions, whilst we must act on ensuring that we bring back the rule of law, there's order, and all of those kind of things. But it must be done in such a way that at the end of the day, it helps us to achieve the intended objective. Because, so I'm not there in the morning when you're doing the rule of order. I come in the afternoon, that's what I see. What's my conclusions? So there's a bigger problem there, particularly in terms of the high-tech building, the rule of order. We want to bring in the actual living experience of the people there. It makes it worse when there's women and children. It's worse. So in that building, MEC, I've seen everything. Matlakala Asatseiwang, the fact that there's no running water, its impact insofar as issues of, amongst others, the toilets, and also everything is there, and kids are running around, are playing because they are innocent. They don't understand these issues we're dealing with, and all of those kind of things. So I'm saying we've got to find a better way of dealing with these things. They must not push us not to take actions. No, that's not what I'm saying. But we've got, so if this law of alternative accommodation is a problem and there's something else we can do beyond it, let's do that. So that at the end of the day, we really have a different city or cities that we want to build. I think from myself as a chair, as I said, you must understand, when you make this presentation, they don't end up here. We've got our internal researchers and so on. We do really spend time to go through them. We're going to go through them again and identify those key and specific issues that you've spoken to. And then we'll come back to you in whatever form and say, yeah. So let me conclude by saying I was in Ekurhuleni and I'm happy because that debate was, it's been confirmed here. MEC, people were like, amongst the parties that are in Ekurhuleni, who delivered this reservoir water thing. It was not about they were not delivered, it was who delivered them. and listening to officials in terms of the actual delivering of all of those projects, we're happy. I'm not worried about who delivered, but we're happy that these things are happening. They're being delivered. As to who delivered, it's a matter we'll sort out during the elections. As political people, we'll sort it out. And that goes to Johannesburg. The fact that we're doing some of this work that we're doing in Johannesburg is because we want to position Johannesburg for economic opportunities that are coming. Because Johannesburg, you can't do away with in terms of the addressing the economy of our country, right? But I think a clear message must go to the CEOs that they're not political people. They must stick to their lane, help us to ensure that there's economic rejuvenation of the city and so on, and stop politicking. They must leave politics to us. We'll deal with them. We don't need them to help us to politic. For some of the CEOs' statements they're making, when you assess them very close, MEC, you can see this is just a political statement rather than what they were supposed to be doing as technical people. So we want you to make those comments, HOD, and MEC, you'll be the last. Unless you're saying, I'm taking all your comments and I'm closing them, we're still happy, insofar as this part is concerned. And then we can proceed to the impact story. HOD, what do you want us to do? And even the cities, I don't want us to. We quite listened, and I'm sure the cities have heard our issues. Political people who are here, we really appreciate, because you can understand some of our messages. HOD?
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, let us rather agree, as opposed to the municipalities responding, we will be getting a formal report from the committee. That report we'll often share with municipalities. We'll pick up what is responsible for Ekurhuleni, Joburg, and so on, and we'll get them a response, and we'll do a template. They can respond, and at our next meeting, we will then have a discussion if necessary. If the committee is not satisfied with the conclusion of all the responses, we can have a discussion, but we'll do that, Chair.
Of course, the committee will not be satisfied. We heard there's consent that came from committee members, and all that were told CISO is to contextualize them, Member Diakher, ensure that they go to the department as our report, and that the department working with municipalities will then pick up on those specific and help us too. So that in the next session, we build from there. So that we don't create a situation we just meet for the sake of it. We build so we can be able to tell you, you said the following to us, but this is what we see. It means we're not moving as such. Yeah. We'll take that as a part of way forward, but of course, as a political leader, MEC, you've got to say something before we can conclude on these matters. Let me hold it a bit there. Acting Mayor and MMC, you want to say something? More at the political level? Are you fine? MEC?
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, and let me greet all honorable members. And the MMC Acting Mayor, who has taken the opportunity to join us here, I want to acknowledge him. And that's why, as CoGTA, we have decided that in our water IGR, the city of Ekurhuleni is our champion, and they are helping us with making sure that the rest of the municipalities learn from their best practices. And the city of Ekurhuleni has helped us a lot with almost peer-to-peer conversations. They talk to municipalities. And when they talk to municipalities, it's even far much better because they are able to talk the same language, they understand each other, and you have seen from the report that indeed they are doing very well. There's also another best practice they have not spoken to about how they deal with non-revenue water. The model that they are following of a self-financing way of managing that part. So I'm just saying, Chair, that when we say the city of Ekurhuleni is our champion in the IGR on water, that is based on the good work they're doing and how they help us troubleshoot. The second point is that your main area of focus, Chair and honorable members, has been on the readiness to receive the water that will come from Lesotho Highlands project. And I just want to make 3 points. The first one is, let's appreciate that slide that the city of Ekurhuleni presented about province-wide readiness. That slide is very important, Chair, because we have commissioned the city of Ekurhuleni to say, please assess every municipality's level of readiness to receive the water. And the city of Ekurhuleni developed the metrics of how to assess and evaluate everybody's readiness. The main issue there for me in the criteria that they've built up and the model that they've built up is how each municipality understands its system. That issue is very important because in order to solve the problems that you have and prepare for 2028, you need a better understanding, full knowledge of your water distribution network. And that's one of the issues that they've evaluated, assessed. Do municipalities know and understand in detail, do they have a full knowledge of the water distribution network ecosystem? Do they know all the variables there? And the city of Ekurhuleni has got that. So I want to comfort you, Chair, when I conclude this point by saying all the issues that the honorable members have raised will form part of that process where the city of Ekurhuleni is leading all of us to prepare for that. The matters that have been raised, we are discussing them every Wednesday, 7 o'clock we meet to discuss these issues. So all those issues that you are raising are matters that are within our purview. We just had a workshop 2 weeks back, a workshop that helped us to manage the maintenance program of rainwater, which I think we did it far much better than any other maintenance program because we're more united, integrated, we're working together. So I just want to say that the members, without taking your time, we do have an IGR forum. Rainwater is part of it. All the municipalities are part of it. We are discussing this issue. In actual fact, the main issue that we talk about the water energy nexus. City Power sits in those meetings. ESCOM sits in those meetings because no water without energy and vice versa. Of course, you can't have water without the pumps. The pumps requires energy and so on and so on. So I just wanted to assure you that these issues will be dealt with, and I will plead that we don't deal with them one by one, but we package them, and the city of Ekurhuleni will lead us in the next meeting, MMC, Executive Mayor Acting. In the next meeting, the city of Ekurhuleni, HOD, you must present a report on the outcomes of this meeting. That is an agenda point, not for this week, tomorrow, but for next week. We need to discuss what came out of this meeting so that you can say to us, how do we factor these issues into our readiness metrics for 2028? Sorry, Chair, I took long, but that's what I'm pleading with the committee members, that we deal with the matter in that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think you will agree that it's almost in line with what we said. Member Diagre, you started somewhere in terms of the detail. Member Dilebo build on it. Member Musai, I listened to you carefully. You almost, I was like, yeah, just bring that. That constitutes our report. And Member Mkhobe also built on that. Now, the HOD, in terms of the way forward, it's concretizing these concerns that we're having so that nothing falls through cracks. And MEC, you've really closed it nicely by even indicating the processes, the business processes that we are having that would ensure that indeed our concerns and everything, nothing falls through cracks, and we appreciate that role that Ekurhuleni is playing. The only thing, Ekurhuleni, the presentation is not forthcoming. We have a problem with, yeah. So MEC grew up in difficult times. I grew up at a time when there was lots of violence in African or black communities. I'm sure you will know what we're talking about. There was a time where if you don't know how to use knife, you were considered a bari. So I grew up during that time. So I usually complained a lot to my granny. I said, would we have good people from this society? And she said to me, yeah, in every situation, there'll always be good people. What is the point I'm demonstrating is that I'm impressed that there are good people from Ekurhuleni. I'm very impressed because of what Madlanga nearly did to me. It nearly made me to believe that, would we ever get good people there in that institution? I'm really impressed that there are good people. So in every situation, indeed, there are good people. Continue to do the good work. Johannesburg, we don't know, Madlanga has not visited, you will see. Tshwane, I can see some good people emerging. Hold on there. Let's continue so these commissions must help us to do more and to do better and to prove to our communities that indeed, whilst we are faced up with all of these challenges, there's something good that's coming out of ourselves as these particular institutions. We're happy with that. I will then now proceed to the MPEX. Who's leading us there? Yeah. Oh, you're going to have to leave. No, that's fine. Don't worry.
If you leave now, we're going to make fun of you.
If you leave now, he's going to make fun of you in the sitting. I don't want to enter that battle.
He's also leaving. He gave an apology. That is leaving. Okay.
Okay, the fact that he came late will make fun of him in the sitting. He can decide whether he wants to do that or he wants to leave it out.
Of course I'm going to make fun.
Okay, thank you, MEC, for attending. And your team is here. We're quite happy. Your political representatives are here. The acting mayor, or you want to leave also?
Yeah, yes, please, Chairperson. We are directed to Scopa tomorrow morning in Cape Town.
Oh, yes.
So
yes.
we will just request through yourselves, either or. We need to be there. We need to be there. Maybe I think I'm driving. I don't know about the rest, but I might drive to Cape Town.
Are you taking your whole team?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Please, thank you very much.
Don't make me to withdraw my words of good people.
No, sorry. Sorry, but thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tshwane. We're still with you. I know the city manager indicated that he will be leaving. The rest is still with us. What we don't want, acting mayor, is people who just come, present, and go. So we understand you are not doing that because you've got Copa. Next time you sit with us. Thank you. Who's leading? Merafo Mohale, Randwell City, and so on. How do you want to present this? And how long? 10 minutes, Merafong also. Merafong, come forward. Mukufe, because I know you. Where's Merafong? Oh. Okay, I thought they will be seated this side with the big ones. You want to be a metro. Mfuleni is my first candidate for metro, by the way. Look at them. Everybody's looking at me like I'm losing my mind. Thank you very much. Can we proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, members, and colleagues at large. My name is Mabatumeku. I am the Deputy CFO of Merafong, and I am with the Manager Financial Reporting. Unfortunately, our city manager could not be available due to ill health, and our CFO is currently attending school, so she's on sick leave. And the Manager of Financial Reporting will be then taking us through the role of MPEC.
The chairperson of MPEC, where is the CFO?
Unfortunately, she is not with us. I'm not sure where she is.
Just warn them that I've got an ability of going out in a press conference and say whatever I want to say. And they must not say I'm attacking them because they did not come to the meeting.
Noted.
Thank you.
Ma'am, could you just go back? Could you just go to the first slide? Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, representatives from the Department of CoGTA, fellow municipalities and distinguished guests, good morning, or good afternoon rather. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the role of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee in addressing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure within the Merafong City local municipality. This presentation will provide an overview of the committee's oversight role, the current status of the UFW matters before impact, the progress made to date, and the actions being taken to strengthen accountability and governance. I can move. Okay. Can we go next, please? It is important to provide context regarding the UIF matters currently before impact. The current impact committee was only appointed during the previous financial year. Upon its appointment, the committee inherited a substantial backlog of historical UIFW matters dating back to 2015. These matters accumulated over several financial years and require the committee to undertake a comprehensive review process. Since its appointment, Impact has prioritized both historical and current UIFW matters to ensure that all matters are properly investigated and dealt with in accordance with MFMA and other applicable legislation. The committee has committed itself to ensuring that these matters are finalized and reported to council. Can we go next, please? Impact serves as council's primary oversight mechanism on financial governance matters. The committee's responsibility is not to manage the administration, but to rather exercise independent oversight over the use of public resources. Its functions include reviewing UFW reports, interrogating information submitted by management, calling officials to account when necessary, making recommendations to council, and monitoring implementation of these council's resolutions. Through these functions, Impact contributes to transparency, accountability, and improved governance. Next slide, please. Over the reporting period, Impact has exercised oversight over UAFW matters amounting to approximately 1.749 billion. Of this amount, 1.35 billion relates to unauthorized expenditure, 162 million relates to irregular expenditure, 552 million relates to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. These figures illustrate the scale of matters currently under review and highlight the importance of the work currently being undertaken by the committee. The committee's focus is to ensure that each matter is properly investigated and that appropriate recommendations are made to council. Next slide, please. The largest category under review is unauthorized expenditure, amounting to approximately 1.35 billion rand. Impact has reviewed the expenditure reported to Council and requested supporting information from management and the related departments. The committee is assessing the root causes of the expenditure and evaluating whether adequate budgetary controls were in place. The investigation process also includes assessing compliance with the MFMA and determining whether any corrective measures or consequence management should be recommended. The matter remains under investigations and recommendations will be submitted to Council before 30 June 2026. Next slide, please. With respect to irregular expenditure, the committee has reviewed procurement and SEM-related documentation and engaged relevant departments regarding the circumstances surrounding the expenditure. Particular attention is being given to instances of non-compliance with SEM legislation and whether such non-compliance resulted from control weaknesses, procedural shortcomings, or other factors. The committee is also monitoring corrective measures implemented by management to reduce further irregular expenditure. All historical and current irregular expenditure matters remain under investigation and recommendations will be submitted to Council before 30 June 2026. Next slide, please. The committee has also reviewed fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to approximately 552 million. The investigation processes focus on identifying avoidable losses suffered by the municipality and determining the underlying causes. The committee is assessing control deficiencies, operational challenges, and any recurring trends that may contribute to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In addition, preventative measures are being evaluated to ensure that similar losses do not recur in future. All matters remain under investigations and recommendations will be submitted to Council for consideration. This slide illustrates the process followed by Impact in dealing with UIFW matters. Each matter is first identified and recorded before being referred to the committee. Impact then requests supporting documentations, engages with management, conducts investigations, and determines the root causes of the expenditure. Following this process, recommendations are submitted to Council for consideration and resolution. The committee thereafter monitors the implementation of Council decisions. This process is intended to ensure fairness, transparency, and compliance with legislative requirements. Next slide, please. Although the committee was only appointed during the previous financial year, significant progress has been made. Historical UIFW matters dating back to 2015 have been consolidated and referred for investigation. Departments have been engaged to provide supporting information and documentation. Current year matters are being reviewed on an ongoing basis, and the committee has prioritized matters according to risk and materiality. The focus has been to establish a structured and sustainable process for dealing with both historical and current UIFW matters. Next slide, please. The committee remains committed to concluding all outstanding investigations. Between now and 30 June 2026, the committee will finalize its review of all historical and current UIFW matters, complete the assessment of supporting documentation, and prepare recommendations for Council's consideration. At present, the committee is investigating 9 fruitless and wasteful expenditure reports, 8 irregular expenditure reports, and 1 unauthorized expenditure report. The objective is to ensure that Council is provided with comprehensive recommendations that will facilitate informed decision-making and appropriate corrective action. Next slide, please. Chairperson, the municipality acknowledges the seriousness of the UFW matters before Impact. While the committee inherited a substantial historical backlog dating to 2015, significant progress has been made. Medafong City Local Municipality remains committed to strengthening accountability, improving governance, enforcing compliance, and ensuring that public resources are managed responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CFO, do you want to add?
Thank you, Chair. Just a correction, the Deputy CFO, our CFO. Okay. Thank you for the promotion. Our CFO is currently on study leave. just to add on what Mr. Pillay has indicated, there's a lot of backlog at Mirafong, and a lot of it mostly relates to our non-cash items. If you can see the unauthorized expenditure, I think it totals around 1.something billion. But when you look at it at face value, it would look like the municipality has just been incurring unauthorized expenditure. But when you actually go into our financial statements, you will then find out that 829 million of it is actually made up of non-cash items, which is your depreciation and your impairments and so forth. So I think from our side as administrative, as the administration, we do provide monthly reports to our Section 80 and quarterly reports to our council. However, we would then need the support of MPEC to fast track the investigations so that we can then write off items that are not necessarily cash items. And then going to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, when you look at the balance, it is also quite high, but that emanates from our historical debt with Eskom and rainwater. So that is what is currently ballooning our fruitless and wasteful expenditure, those two major creditors. But to date, I can confirm that we have entered into a debt settlement agreement with rainwater, where we are currently servicing our current account so that we can lock the historical account to avoid it from escalating as it has been escalating in the previous years. And then when it comes to Eskom, we do have weekly meetings with them where we present our weekly cash flow as the municipality, and we indicate how much of the money that we have we can then use to pay the current account. We have also entered into a DAA, which is a distribution agency agreement with them. However, we are still in communication with them on how we would like the DAA to function. So yeah, that is all that I would like to add, and also just to ask for MPEC to then fast track the investigations, especially on parts such as your interest for Eskom and rainwater, as well as the non-cash items, because those ones you can't really pinpoint and say this is the individual who caused a non-cash item such as depreciation. Assets depreciate. So those ones, if we can get them investigated, then it will assist the municipality to also reduce that balance significantly, because when you look at it now at face value, it's like the municipality is not doing anything. But when you dig deep in, you can then see the reasons of why we have such a ballooned amount, and most of it is beyond the municipality, if I may put it that way. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you very much, much appreciated. We'll do the same process. The committee would comment thereafter. Let's take, are we done again? Okay, let's take one, Rand West. I must disclose that that gentleman, we grew up together, but we are no more friends. So you have no protection. He was one of the fastest runners I've ever met in my life. Okay, let's see whether you can run with MPEC stories. Is your presentation here?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mukufi Mauma from Rand West City, and then I'm with the chairperson of the MPEC, Councillor Philip Mufokeng, and then he'll do the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chair, Portfolio Committee members, and administration, fellow councillors, and other stakeholders. All protocol observed. Like Ntate Mauma just said, I'm Councillor Philip Mufokeng. I'm the current chair of MPEC. I'm from Rand West City, local municipality. So in what we tasked as Rand West City's role in addressing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, of which we normally refer to as UIFW. So we've got the table of contents that's there, but I'm not going through them. But the purpose is to present to the Gauteng legislature the role of MPEC in addressing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we've got the background that is there. In high level is just the background that says why MPEC is in place and oversight. So next slide is legislative framework. As well, I'm not going to go through it because it's sections that are there. I'll only go to supporting instruments, of which it is the MFA circular that we are running with, Circular 68, the municipal regulations on financial misconduct, procedure and criminal proceedings 2014, and the National Treasury MPEC Guide and Toolkit. Next slide is the terms of reference that are there. As we all know how it is the composition according to section 79A, then the mandate as well, powers and reporting of section 79 as well, 79A4. So those are the legislated processes that we have to undergo. Then role of MPEC in addressing the UIFW expenditure is to investigate the UIFW expenditure, identify those liable, and recommend recovery, certification as irrecoverable, and write-off or referral to the Financial Misconduct Board. Promote consequence management and monitor the implementation of disciplinary procedure under the municipal regulation on financial misconduct of 2014. Next slide. There we've got the process flow, the detection to resolution that we normally do. Then we've got 5 stages. The first stage is the detection. The second stage is disclosure. The third stage is MPEC investigation. The fourth stage is council resolution. And the fifth is consequence, where we deal with consequence management in the format that the council will resolve on. Then MPEC throughout tracks every UIFE case from disclosure to closure, reviews the audit auction plan, and reports findings to council through the speaker. Then we've got the 3 steps that we normally follow or that we are supposed to. Is either there's recovery, write-off, disciplinary or consequence, whether it's criminal or will remain internal. Next slide. Then under consequence management and the Financial Misconduct Board, of which get referred to, we've got the legal anchor as of Chapter 15 of the MFMA and the Municipal Regulation and Financial Misconduct Procedure and Criminal Proceedings 2014, setting the framework and consequence management like I reported earlier. So we've got the Financial Misconduct Board, the Disciplinary Board. Those are the independent bodies appointed by the municipal manager to investigate the alleged financial misconduct of officials and office bearers, of which it determines whether misconduct warrants disciplinary action, recovery, or referral to law enforcement agencies. MPEC or DC board interface, we've got the 3 stages, of which it is the referral, the parallel mandates, and monitoring. So the outcomes thereof are the recovery of funds, disciplinary sanctions, dismissal, criminal prosecution, and the deterrent effect that support clean audit.
This is Johannesburg, my friend.
Okay, it's back on. Thank you, Chair. Then in conclusion, MPEC is the principal council mechanism for holding of the executive and administration accountable for UIFW expenditure and through its investigation gives effect to Section 32 of the MFMA. Effective MPEC oversight supported by the Financial Misconduct Board and a strong consequence management culture, is central to clean audit outcomes and the credible use of public funds. So under the recommendation, we've got 3 recommendations, of which it is that the legislature notes the role of MPEC in the prevention, detection, investigation, resolution of UIFWE expenditure, that Council strengthens SCM controls and ensures timeless referral of all UIFWE matters to MPEC for investigation and to the Financial Misconduct Board for consequence management. That MPEC continues to track the AGSA audit action plan and reports on the implementation of recovery, write-off and disciplinary outcomes to Council. But as well, Chair, I just want to highlight that in collaboration with the Treasury and SALGA, we've been having the working sessions together to assist us as MPEC on how to tackle all the UIFEW, and the support that we get also from SCOPA. It is the support that we appreciate, because there are those working groups that we have established, but as well, like I say, the support that we get in guiding us on how to tackle some of the issues. Yeah, I present that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we always get impressed when the political leadership takes responsibility, because we've almost made it a norm that the officials are the ones who runs with everything. And thank you for representing us very well in that regard.
No, Chair, we do have powers that are vested in
No, don't
us.
answer me. You'll answer me. It will, and I answer I remember the first again. Mara matla wona le na le wona. Le le ka mo fifisa. Aga tsama ka moso. Le na le matla. Thank you, HOD, for the support you provided to municipalities. It's very clear these structures have got the necessary mandate to can execute. We're just worried with the numbers of UIF that are going up, yet we've got such much power in our hand. Keri berikishim, but ba go pituri bariara keri berikishim, ba go ni hanya ni fena, Gauteng ke loke. Very kopela, I on to you. Okay, which one do we take? Mohale City, Kibona Bashatlane. Secondary municipal. Oh, you know. Thank you, Dad. We don't worry, colleagues. We go in there. We go in there. It's English. It's Tuesday. We just started working, so we shouldn't be worried. Mohale City, take us through.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, HOD. Thank you so much. Leadership from municipalities and officials. My name is Thabo Ravapane. I'm the assistant manager responsible for council committees support at Mohale City. And then I'm with the Honorable Chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Duduzi Lipadi, who is going to take us through the presentation.
They call it upwards delegation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone, Chairperson of the committee, honorable members, the HOD, everyone who's gathered around the house. As Ntate Tabara Bapane has just alluded, my name is Councillor Mtutuzi Lepadi. I'm the current MPEC Chairperson of Mohali City. Yes, this is our report of MPEC. MPEC's role of, okay, no, just went straight there. In front of us is outline. Before we start, actually, let me just make this disclaimer. The inception of me being the MPEC Chairperson started in 2023, May. No, thank you.
It's not exonerating you.
No, thank you. The outline as they are in the board. Number one is introduction and background. Number two, MPEC structure. Number three, procedural requirements and governance. Number four, investigation processes. Number five, key findings on legacy UIF WE 2016 to 2017 to 2023-2024. Number six, accumulated UIF WE balance for the period 2016-2017 to 2023-2024, written off by Council. And number seven, UIF WE status of 2023-2024 and 2024 to 2025. Number eight, current status of UIF WE of 2025 to 2026. Number nine is conclusion. You can move to the next slide. Introduction and background. The Municipal Public Accounts Committee, MPEC, is established in terms of Section 79A of the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Act number 3 of 2021. It contributes to the governance of the municipal through its oversight work on annual report, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and various other reports. It also undertakes investigation as assigned by Council in terms of Section 32, subsection 2 of the MFMA regarding the recoverability, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Next slide. So what we see here is the structures that compose the MPEC members. The committee is comprised of 13 councillors from the following political parties represented in council. Okay, thank you. Procedural requirements and governance. The committee has developed its terms of reference in accordance with the Amended Structures Act, which were approved by council. An annual work plan linked to the municipal planning cycle has been developed and was presented in council for approval. This annual work plan guides the operations of the committee. Next slide. The investigation processes. The MPEC investigation process is guided by the systematic process that focuses on the following: a root cause analysis of the non-compliance and how it can be prevented in future, identifying whether there are any prospects to recover a loss if established, and identifying potential risks associated with the recovery processes, determining whether there was value for money on the identified non-compliant transactions, identification identification of preventative strategies to prevent similar non-compliance incidences from happening. For aforementioned systematic process is supported by the following key steps. Review of supporting documentations as provided by the CFO, engagement with departments through public hearings, including internal audit and audit committee, conducting regular project site visits, assessing assurance providers, reports such as internal audit and audit general continuously. This is a graph that says the key findings on legacy UIF WE 2016 to 2017. It lasts to 2023 to 2024. It discussed our expenditure and the main root cause. Unauthorized budget overruns in operational costs, irregular procurement processes not compliant with SCM policy, Section 36 not being utilized properly, extended of expired contracts tender specifications, fruitless and wasteful, late payments to supplier led to interest, e.g. ESCOM and rainwater, cash flow challenges and erroneous transactions. And accumulative UIF-WE balance for the period 2016-2017 to 2023 to 2024 written off by council. So this is the amount it will go to the unauthorized of 23 million. The reason being that the expenditure was deemed irrecoverable, and on the irregular part, it's got 1.47 billion, no evidence of fraud or financial loss, fruitless and wasteful 79 million. Issues were procedural in nature. Next slide. UIF-WE status 2023 to 2024 and to 2024 to 2025. The expenditure unauthorized, it's 0. On the observation side, it says improved internal controls over the financial discipline, budgeting and oversight by the governance structures. Irregular of 290 billion, legacy contracts extension, and then 254 SCM non-compliance. And on the fruitless and wasteful, we got 0, improved controls over expenditure management. MPEC recommends the write-off of 290 mil and 254 mil, as there was no fraud or financial misconduct identified. Value for money was received. The next slide. Okay. The current status of UIF-WE 2025 to 2026, we are sitting at the unauthorized amount of 0, and the irregular of 0, the fruitless of 0. But the observation says that on the unauthorized, there has been sustained and improved internal controls over financial discipline, budgeting, and oversight by governance structures. And on the irregular, there has been improved internal control, such as ensuring that there is proper planning and Section 36 is not utilized. Improved contract management and evaluation of service providers. Improved proactive oversight by governance structures. And on the fruitless, improved and prudent financial controls over expenditure. Next slide. In conclusion, MPEC process has strengthened transparency, accountability, and governance. UIFWE reduced to 0 in 2025 to 2026. Non-compliance addressed through corrective measures, commitment to transparent and efficient service delivery. I would like to also to say this in conclusion. It was not easy dealing with this UIFWE, especially the legacy debts. But I would like to appreciate the commitment of the committee members of the MPEC and the supporting staff that we have. And I'd like to also appreciate the engagement of the Treasury, CoGTA and SALCA. We really appreciate the efforts that they've taken us through this UFW. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would have done that also. I was about to. The question I ask myself is, if I ask the HOD and these people just out quickly, would they give me the same report? You heard me. I'm saying if I can just stop now and say, let's go out there, would you give me the same report about Mohale? Thank you. Let's leave it there. But thank you for your efforts. We really appreciate the fact that, because remember, the core of it was the role, and you took it further to indicate even the work that you're doing there, which is much appreciated. Lesedi, that will be the last one. Thank you. Le utlwile batho mona Lesedi. Mogale Lesedi re ke di zero dilo tse. Yeah, in Fuleni, you know, there are two items that you will quickly present to us, skills audit and energy security for transformers allocated in Sebokeng. It's easy. You must just tell us the truth, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Chair and the members and the colleagues. With me, I have the Chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Smith, and I also have the Secretariat of MPEC, Ms. Makubu, or Mrs. Makubu, and I also have the CFO of the municipality. If we can go to the next slide. Next slide. The background of the Lesedi municipality, MPEC, was established on the 2022 by council, and there are 7 members in this committee of various parties, ANC, DA, EFF, and the chairperson is full-time. The TOR was also approved by council. The meetings are scheduled in terms of the corporate calendar or on special sessions. Next slide. The role of the MPEC that has provided, of course, it has assisted with the unqualified audit for the past 4 years. The municipality, through working with the MPEC, did develop a UFW strategy that was approved by council in 2023 and was then thereafter implemented through MPEC with the investigations that were commissioned by MPEC through the internal audit to actually deal with the historical UFW matters dating all the way back from 2014, 2015 financial year, all the way to 2024. So, and to date, all those investigations were done through the assistance of MPEC and of course recommended to council, and of course MPEC did request that of course consequence management form part of this process, and so the municipality did adopt a process of consequence management that included financial ethics training, and so to make sure the awareness on policies and ethics and compliance standard, also the restitution and the repayment plans to ensure accountability and recovery of losses where applicable, and to enhance oversight controls, and also to introduce performance management plans, and also to introduce regular compliance workshops, and also performance risk management in those areas of consequence management. Intervention and support, which is the next slide. The municipality was supported by CoGTA, where that introduced training on how to reduce UFW, and also to deal with investigation and of course, as it were, consequence management. Training on the disciplinary of disciplinary labor and UFW was done, of course, in July through Treasury, and SALGA training on UFW was also done through National School of Governance. This is training of MPEC, and then the municipality through these interventions did receive an award at the SALGA ceremony, as the municipality that has managed to reduce the UFW. To date, we have UFW reduction by 69%, which of course last week Friday we also received an award again as per the previous financial year, and then of course this achievement was done through the efforts of joint efforts with MPEC and the internal audit. The conclusion is that the committee appreciates the support that was provided by CoGTA, Provincial Treasury and SALGA through the workshops, trainings and practices, or best practices from other municipalities that also were introduced through this process to assist Lesedi on the path towards clean audit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Short as Lesedi is not a big municipality, so we're going to be worried if you're going to be long. Thank you very much. Any addition, comment? Are we fine? Thank you very much. I think let's just take what is the time for Lenny on those quick two items, and then we can have honorable members engaging. I want to get the members, there's improvement. Member Diacher, you can feel most the improvement. Thank you very much, Lesedi. Let's have still short of 22 minutes. I will never achieve that. Can we have Mfuleni? Do you have the mayor, Mfuleni? Let's start there. Don't answer me.
Chairperson, with your indulgence, I would prefer to stand.
Okay.
My MM is supposed to be, I don't see him, maybe he's gone out. So I will have to introduce myself and my colleague here. We will be the presenters anyway. Oh, there's MM.
MM, they told me that you were going outside to approve an item of election of the mayor. Is that true?
Let me not comment, Chair, on that one.
Proceed.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon, Chair, and all the members of the committee. Chair, what I will do, I will start to introduce myself and the team that we are going to present, because I'm Fuleni. I think we've got two presentations, one on the energy and one on the skill audit. My name is April Ntuli, the municipal manager of Mfuleni local municipality. So, Chair, if you allow, Tatesol Roots will give us a presentation on the skill audit here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee, and all colleagues and friends who are here. I'm going to be very short and direct to the point. I am responsible for learning and development at Mfuleni, and this particular topic of skills audit is under the purview of the department I'm representing, hence my standing here. So that is just how the presentation is structured. So can we move to the next slide, please? The purpose is very straight, threefold actually. One, to present to the portfolio committee on the skills audit progress at Mfuleni. Two, and I think this is maybe the more exciting part, the introduction of the integrated system, the ITS system, skills audit system that we have developed at Mfuleni. It's something new. Whilst we're waiting for CoGTA to do the gap skills tool that has been going on for the past 5 years. So we have developed a system that we are utilizing currently. I thought maybe we should introduce it today. It's in a development stage, but we are already utilizing it. And obviously there were some compliance issues. One of the reasons why we had to do this compliance with the municipal staff regulation. Next slide, please. I'm not going to bore you with the legislative framework. This is par for the course for those who are in this field. The background basically is just the very first point that I need to emphasize, that Mfuleni conducted its most comprehensive institutional skills audit in 2014-2015. We have since, every year we've had obviously our regular training needs analysis that feeds into the WSP. But the actual reason why we haven't had it for such a long time is because after that, from that initial skills audit, a lot of directive came out of it in terms of the outcomes. And we then developed our training plan over the years to give effect to those outcomes of that audit. Just anecdotally, I can mention that 2014-2015, we only had 2 qualified horticulturists at the whole Mfuleni. And by now we're standing at 30. We had 17 electricians then. We're now standing at 35. We process controllers. We are standing at 50. So we actually implemented what came out of that audit, just among other things. Next slide, please. Just a few challenges that I wanted to bring into this. Historically, ELM skills audits were conducted manually through paper-based forms, like many other municipalities sometimes. And the challenges that we experience because of this paper-based forms are those that are sort of highlighted there in bullet point. Low employee participation rates, very critical thing for us. And obviously the manual capturing by training administration staff. Mfuleni consists of currently 2,300 employees. And if we have to manually capture all those audit applications, it's a process. But we went through it manually, and we have, as we speak, captured 1,407 employees who completed the skills audit that is currently in progress. Next slide, please. And these just a synopsis of the departments that have completed the questionnaires to date. Like I said, that is from a total of 2,300 employees. We have 1,407 who have completed forms currently. Next slide, please. And that's where we have been planning. And when I say we, it's myself, a team of our IT, from our IT department, in particular, a couple of young men who are very clued up with artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, and how it can be applied to move to a paperless format of skills audit. And that's basically when we decided to introduce the integrated tracking system. It is real. It is, in fact, it will go live hopefully in July, but we have already tested it. And those challenges that I have highlighted there, that's what we want to get rid of. And especially the third bullet point, maintaining an accurate employee record. What the system does is that every time you fill in your skills audit questionnaire, it resonates with your employee file at HR, and it updates whatever you've had there previously. So we're integrating the whole system from inception all the way. Next slide, please. And I'm just here on this slide. I'm just giving extra additional information what this ITS has been able to do, because we have been testing it already. It conducts and manages skills audits electronically, maintain a live employee skills profile. When I say live, when you enter, it goes through the whole system, and we can see the changes immediately that you are putting into your file. It monitors qualification and competence. Is very critical to get rid of fake qualifications and so on. So this particular system allows us. In fact, we're in a process to work with MIE that automatically, when you say you have a particular qualification, it will reflect with MIE, and they will verify and say not existent. We know the problems we have in that area. So this particular system will allow us to get rid of that, of fake qualifications immediately. And obviously, a very critical thing is it will support workforce planning, make it more scientific and based on facts. At the moment, some of our decisions are driven by other objectives. Next, please. Strategic objectives of the skills audit. And this digital audit aims to determine the current skills capacity of the municipality, which is very critical. I think, Chairperson, I was listening to you when you made a comment about how we recruit people. Then that we have an over-recruitment of people who are not particularly skilled for service delivery. We are basically almost a job creation factory. Most municipalities have become that. If you look at the competencies that's required for effective and efficient service delivery, and your staff complement the skills of your staff, there's a huge mismatch. And I can safely say that's a scene across all municipalities, all 257, with all due respect. And so we hope to get rid of that kind of thing, hiring for numbers, but we want to hire for capacity and delivery. Next slide, please. And a very particular thing that we are focused on in this system will help us to basically to gauge employee growth and development once you step into the institution. What we have currently is manual. We cannot trace an employee's growth from inception, from entering until even halfway through his or her service. Because it has to be done manually, you have to rely on managers and line managers for feedback and so on. But this system will allow us to independently follow your development throughout your department. Even if your manager is not there, we can reach out to you through the system and talk to you. Next, please. And this is where we think it's going to be very helpful. With strategic workforce planning, I think I've already alluded to that part. We can view organizational skills capacity needs in real time. identify the departmental gaps, monitor qualification levels across the municipality, make informed recruitment decisions, very critical, support transformation and succession planning, as well as talent management, measure return on investment from training interventions, and plan for future skills demands. This particular platform will allow Mfuleni to be proactive in its approach to attracting, retaining talent. It will assist greatly in that, because I think currently we are swimming blindly. Next, please. And we have this particular ITS will assist us with internal talent identification, so that we can look at young people with potential. So we can identify them and say, maybe we need to, and we know all of us talk the language of upskilling and reskilling, but how do you identify this? It's just a term. We must upskill our workforce. We must reskill them. But we want to become scientific about this. In what areas? What are municipalities actually needing where you are? We all know about automation, robotics, generative artificial intelligence. How does this actually play out in service delivery? So this, we're trying to move to where we are supposed to have been 5 or 10 years ago as municipalities in terms of skills development, career pathing, and so on. So we hope this will put us on a great platform, because it will make things much easier and fact-based instead of just thumb-sucking some ideas. Next slide, please. And this is what we aim for: right skills in the right positions. I have had engagement with Salga over the past few years, talking about what is the model municipality looks like in terms of its skills basket, what it should look like, and what it looks like currently. It's an ongoing discussion, but I think the train has left us behind. We should have had, all municipalities should actually have this basket of skills if they want to be efficient and effective nationally. It's a discussion that we've had for 5 years. I'm talking about myself with Salga, some people in Salga, but we haven't identified that clearly. If I say municipality needs to be efficient in terms of its skills basket, what should it contain and have? Because we keep on hiring people with redundant competencies, really. They are drawing a nice salary, but in terms of the output, the actual output on a daily basis, you don't get those kind of returns, because the times have moved on, but we have not moved on with the times in terms of what we woo and what we attract in terms of competencies and skills in municipalities. We are still standing where we were 10 years or 15 years ago. And we say long-term organizational impact is that we will have continuous organizational development, because we can track your development right throughout the system. Sustainable talent management, and that is a very critical thing. For us to be able to develop this ITS, we were lucky that we got 4 interns who have done great courses in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and we provided them with an internship, but then I grabbed them immediately and say, well, listen, your skills must be utilized for this particular. This was developed internally, working with them. It's not something that they grabbed from somewhere. It's a homemade product, because the skill is there, the capacity is there for the first time, and we're getting it cheap. They are interns. They are leaving. They'll be earning thousands, but they're going to leave something behind when they go, hopefully. Next slide, please. And this system allows us, again, to measure success. And you'll see that the percentage of employees completing the skills audit, number of verified qualifications, capture, reduction. I have a slide at the end, which is a summary, which captures all these points beautifully and schematically. Next slide, please. I think this one is maybe is more a repetition of my previous sentiments that this represents a significant step towards creating a skilled, capable, and future-ready workforce. And the emphasis is on future-ready. By digitizing the skills audit process, Mfuleni local municipality is investing in internal capacity, improving workforce planning, strengthening internal talent management, and ensuring that the right people with the right skills are positioned to deliver quality services to community. Next slide. And this was created by these young people, working with them. We are currently sitting at 62% skills audit, well, 61.2. And we want to represent it in this fashion. In this slide is a summary of everything I've said now, up to now. And also, this is a very futuristic slide telling you what to anticipate going forward. If you go to, from the 62 total employees who have completed the audit is 61%. We have 38% outside. This was generated by the ITS system. So automatically when we load the data, we can generate this kind of descriptive, one slide describes everything and also give you a projection into the future. You look at it, for example, qualification level comparison. It tells you now and what could be the future output. So, Chairperson, and I am not going to bore you with the detail of it unless there are specific questions around this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. These young ones. But good work. Can't believe that is from Mfuleni. I like Mfuleni, don't worry. It's just that I'm too hard to those I love. Yeah. No, you know me. We good friends. Yeah, just like Mfuleni. It's all over the news. Can you take us through that part of, is it Everton? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to
Sebokeng, sorry.
Yes, it's Sebokeng. Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Greetings to the portfolio committee members, my other MMs, HODs that are here, and all protocols observed. Chair, and maybe let me start by making a disclaimer that Sebokeng falls under ESCOM licensed area of supply. It's not under Mfuleni. And number two, I'm not mandated by ESCOM.
And you left us to go that route.
And number two, I'm not mandated by ESCOM to present this, but however, I'm aware of challenges that they are facing because we are one team, we work together through the distribution agency agreement. Maybe the portfolio committee is aware of that. There are other areas like Everton and so on, Palm Springs, which falls under ESCOM licensed area of supply, but I'll shoot directly to Sebokeng. The crux here was that there were transformers, distribution transformers, your overhead transformers that failed or bent due to overloading in Sebokeng since 2022. So there are about 66 transformers that failed. And as at 28 February this year, 60 of those transformers were replaced. Only 6 was outstanding by then. But I don't have, the updated report on this. This is what I know based on the interaction with ESCOM and based on the report that they gave us in February this year. However, I believe that this matter has been put to rest. All these transformers have been replaced because it was one of the pressing issues that we had to, together attend to now and again with ESCOM. So that is the long and short on the Sebokeng transformer replacement, Chair. Due to time, I'll request that I shoot straight to slide number 20, which talks more about energy security. I won't bore you with staff complement of Mfuleni, fleet, and all other challenges that are known. I'll just shoot straight to the asset creation or our capital projects or planning for capital projects for our infrastructure, that is substations within Mfuleni licensed area of supply, because we also have a license as a municipality. Chair, through the distribution agency agreement, we have identified 10 critical substations within Mfuleni that need agent refurbishment or rehabilitation. I think we have seen on the news, we've been on the news for transformers that are burning, transformers up in smoke and all that, you know, issues of complaints from the consumers about, you know, unreliable electricity supply. So as a measure to now deal with these shortcomings, we have identified 10 11,000 volt substations within Mfuleni. I think one of them being town substation. That substation is priority number 1 for the municipality, because every year you will find that there's a transformer burning in that substation. I'm told, because I'm also new in the municipality, I think I'm 7 months now, but I think we had to hit the ground running with the support from the MM. We identified this substation, Chair, and I can safely say that town substation being priority number 1 is due for refurbishment or is planned for refurbishment come 2026-27 financial year. We've budgeted for this substation. It's one of the old fleet of substations that we have as Mfuleni. In fact, all the 10 prioritized or identified are old substation, Chair. If I can mention to you that some of them, when you look at the nameplate, it tells you about 1954, 1958. You know, most of us were not even on this earth by then, but those substations have been operating since then, which then tells you that in terms of infrastructure upgrade programs and all that, we were found wanting. We did not upgrade our infrastructure, also coupled with a lack of maintenance. There's a high level of deferred maintenance on our infrastructure. Hence, all these outages that you've been seeing in the municipality. Chair, those are the substations that we have identified, which I won't go through in each and every one. But, you know, the one that I would like to talk, that I've talked about is town substation, which has been on the news for some time. And hence, we are attending to it to try and reduce, you know, the unplanned outages in our network. You know, outages also affect, you know, your water infrastructure. Like the MEC was saying, that without electricity, without energy, motors won't be able to operate, to pump water to different, you know, distribution points and all that. Yeah, Chair, this is the short and long in terms of energy security. We still have challenges. We still have about 22 more substations, which are in a fairly good condition, but also need some attention in the outer years. But these 10 are the ones that we have identified in terms of energy security, Chair. I think let me pause there. I won't bore you with any other issues because it's a lot of issues. It can take us until 6 o'clock. But yeah, that's the long and short, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for the executive summary report. We're now going to give to honorable members, you know, the 3 issues: skills development, MPEC, and this one, the energy security. As I said, the context is we engage as the standing committee, and so members would have details of what we're expecting, and they can quickly make assessment. We're still going to engage ourselves on a process, a process that would give a better feedback on the issues that have been raised. Diar? You're fine. When you don't speak, everything is fine. We can close the meeting. Thank you. Member Dilebo? Okay. Dr. Musai?
I'm intimidated, Chair, I think.
Don't be intimidated.
It seems like members want us to break. Chair, I'm going to thank all the municipalities for taking time, really, and also briefing us on the information. And also just to also acknowledge that there is work that needs to be done. I mean, that has been done. The committees are there, especially with the MPEC, but we just need to strengthen their impact. It doesn't seem like in terms of consequence management, we're able to win when it comes to that. So at least now we do have a feeling of what needs to happen, Chair. And it does seem like it cuts across all the municipalities. So they just need to implement the work of the committees effectively. There must be a reform, Chair, because we need clean governance outcomes. That's what we're striving for. We need to see that there is improved service delivery, and we must restore public confidence in municipal institutions. So that is on the MPEC structures, that is on the UIFWE as well. So now, in terms of the skills presentation, skills audit presentation, we must have plans, tangible plans. I see there is, the systems that are taking place that they are coming up with, but we must have those tangible plans that should be submitted to us. But we'll follow up, Chair, with some of the questions. And we appreciate the information on the substations, on the electricity situation as well. But now it means that, obviously the failure for us to also intervene on the issues of electricity, whether there's water pumping or treatment, that is also important for us to identify those gaps and see how do we then have, the municipalities must have long-term, investment in terms of electrical infrastructure, so that we are not reactive. The municipalities are not reactive. So the energy infrastructure is aged. It has aged, and it is really under strain. And we can see that the substations are a major contributor, to service delivery, especially in terms of the stability. So you mentioned that there must be a fast track of refurbishment of the 10, priority substations. So there must be budget allocation. I'm not sure how the department can also intervene in terms of that. Let's see how the department can also intervene so that we bring forward those critical projects, especially when it comes to in 2027, Chair. So let me conclude there, Chair, and not delay everyone. Thanks.
Work must be done. Chair of the Youth.
Oh, thanks, Chair. For the very first time, let me reserve my comments, especially on Mfuleni.
Yeah, there was a heated debate on Mfuleni, very heated debate. That's why Mfuleni is here. Next time we're going to Merafong, that heated debate must be transferred to Merafong. But we want to thank you very much for the inputs that you've made. Just Rand West, you did well in terms of the presentation. All that I would ask for is the figures. You saw most other municipalities would have played around with figures. If you can bring that element just so that we have a complete picture of what is happening there. The issue I raised before, I'm serious, I looked at your presentation and there was consistency in terms of the powers and function that MPEG has. I like African studies. I think one of the things I'm going to do is to consult with a language specialist and with an objective of replacing this thing called consequence management with one of the African languages. We'll probably go to Nigeria. I suspect they can come up with some word that will make sense to all of us. Because this consequence management thing is now becoming consequence management. Nothing consequence about it. So we've got to go to Nigeria and get some replacement there. So I'll be working with some language specialists there so that we can find a proper word that will remind us what we want to achieve when we talk about consequence management. The consequence management has become too much of a nice word this day. I'm sure even city managers and people at a high level, you know, this thing does not mean anything anymore. It's just a nice word. You can say it with yourself. Consequence management is that word. So we need to replace that word and get another word. Nigerians might give us something with oomph so that we know what is it that we want to do. Because, I mean, I looked at the report of, was that between Merafong and, we've identified where the key issues are. You know, it's Mohale City. The only thing that Mohale City concludes by 0, so they've really cleaned up their table. So if you can share that with all of us as municipalities, it's one of the best practices that we can follow. The point that I wanted to make there is that we've identified where the key issues are, almost knowing what's required. So we know here we need that weight I don't want to talk about and all of those kind of things, but we're not doing anything insofar as that is concerned. So Dr. Musa, you spoke to this point. So we've got to do that and ensure that we move forward. On the skills development, I agree, you're doing very well in terms of identifying the system, but we need the actual plan now. How do we move everybody to the system and get the system working? I liked when you were telling us about the current basket of skills of a municipality and the future basket skills of municipality. And I want to say that we can demonstrate that. And we've got to have a courage of doing that so that we can answer that critical question, whether we've become employment agents or we want to employ in according to the competencies and the functions of our municipalities, and the fact that we have to fulfill those things to our people. Because if we continue to be employment agents, it's easy to be employment agents. We can continue to do that, but we're going to lose our client, which is our communities, and therefore lose revenue that we must get from communities because we're not saving them. All we're doing is we're saving these ones. And once they are in the institution, in the system, they don't care about you anymore in any way. They go their own way. They have achieved what they wanted to achieve. So we've got to do something about it. So if we can think about department, think of piloting municipalities, 1 or 2 or 3 municipalities, on what currently the basket of their skills look like, and in future, how do you want that to look like? And you'll see all of these things that I'm talking about. They'll be glaring scientifically before us. Then we can do this kind of work that you spoke about. From 2014, you identified the skills level and retraining and repurposing people in terms of that. But the problem is that I can tell you, you continue to employ. At the end, it's not helping you, in a sense. Yeah. So I think what we'll do the same, we'll leave it there, here. I'm sure you noted some of the issues that the honorable members have raised. A formal report will come from us. The researchers are going to grind the information presented before us, come back to the committee. We have our internal engagements, and then we'll definitely go back to yourself, give you a feedback. That one, very hot when it comes to Mfuleni. So see him before this meeting. I don't know. Maybe there are some issues that you can sort out with Member Mokhobe. Very hot when it comes to Mfuleni. So have a discussion with him and see what is it that we can. Johannesburg, Member Diacher. Have an engagement with him. Tshwane, Member Dilebo. Have a discussion with him. What do you call this? Hammaskral story. Hammaskral story. You won't conclude a discussion without Hammaskral story, so have a discussion and so on. And I know that I do talk about West Rand, but I'm not that hard on West Rand. I do defend you guys, but yeah. Dr. Musai, Mfuleni also, a bit of Mfuleni. Let me conclude by saying that I was a bit worried I'm going to be calling the CEO of that institute. I love what you call Red Water. It's one of the service providers I like. I was a bit worried earlier on when Ekurhuleni was like making some reference to them as if they're not doing things the way in which I expect them to do. So we'll give them a call and say, you can't disappoint us. Ensure that water challenges, now that the context is provided that Ekurhuleni is dealing with the entire province, ensure that you unblock some of the blockages that are there. When all is said and done, thank you very much. We're going to be a bit tough this year, just before you go to elections, so that communities must have real stuff, scientific, not politics, real issues that are facing them in different communities. And that on its own, we believe, will enable them to make better choices on facts. That's why I took an issue with the CEOs, which I'm going to do it even publicly. I got very worried that these people who are supposed to be helping us, they entering a political field, and that can disturb us. The same thing, Merafong, be careful. Don't allow them to put you where you're not supposed to. Because as you were presenting there, I'm like, but these are the people who must be accounting. So now they are going to tell us how it doesn't work like that. Just be careful. Because it can really compromise you. With the rest of municipalities on MPECs and so on, you're well structured with people who provide you support, chairpersons of MPECs. MPEC, let me tell you, you won't be the loved one. In fact, in the province, everybody who headed SCOPA, they only serve for a term. I'm not scaring you. When these allocations were made, I was praying and said, God, oh no, not SCOPA, please. And for some reason, I escaped SCOPA. Because you know what I'm talking about, the department. They don't serve another term. Just think about it. You will see what I'm talking about. But all I'm saying is that continue to do the good work. Whether they give you another term or not, history will judge you. Continue to do that. Thank you very much, colleagues. Are we done? HOD? Not close. Any comment on? the session made, the last one. We're fine with it. Thank you very much, colleagues. Any other item? We're done, and lunch will be served. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Meeting is closed. Oh, you want another item? We can include it. Oh, lunch is down there. We're going down. We use the stairs and then we go down.